on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the snow, name on their shields, night in my veins, storm in my ears, wolves trace our steps, gods count our kills. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. Frost on the oars, breathe like white smoke. Eyes on the shore, fire in the dark. Both on my tongue, salt on my cloak. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If we fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
All right, here we go. Another Tuesday night. Talking about what's going on in the world, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing? How are we all doing out there? Good to see you. Good to see you. Got a lot to talk about tonight. What are we talking about tonight? We're going to first talk about J.D. Vance struggling on the world stage. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the UFC also struggling. If you guys didn't know, very, very poor performance by the UFC in Miami. Going to talk a little bit about that and maybe the reasons why. And then we're going to jump into the economy. What's going on with the Strait of Hormuz being closed? It's not looking good. Not looking good. Then we're going to jump into the MAGA civil war. Yes, as it rages on, as more and more people abandon the Republican Party, really, or MAGA in general. And then, of course, we'll talk a little bit about what's going on in the Trump administration, what's going on with Democrats. You know the deal. All right. Where is everybody tuning in from? We like to start the show with that. Well, we let everybody start filtering in here. Where's everybody tuning in from, everybody? California, Georgia, I don't believe you. Peru. Oh, wow. Wow. Amsterdam. Iran. Sick. You guys got internet over there right now? A lot of good ones going on. That's not a place. Miami. Miami. We're going to talk a little bit about Miami at the start here. Yeah, if there's no volume, then just refresh. You should be fine. Missouri. Oh, yeah. Go Navy. All right. All right. All right. All right. West Virginia. A lot of West Virginia. Interesting. Oregon. We're at in Oregon. We're at in Oregon. Ohio. Florida. Greenland. Uh-oh. We might be coming for you. It says real Greenlander. We might be coming for you here pretty soon, you know, if you don't watch out. All right. All right. All right. We got a couple super chats and then we'll jump into this. You guys, hit the like button. I'm helping. Yes, you are, Corey. Yes, you are. Appreciate it, brother. 10 VFT memberships gifted from Juju. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Ricky says, what do you think about David Hookstead thinks of Trump and the whole Iran situation? I like his channel, but I don't like how supportive he is about the Iran situation. I like Dave. Dave's one of my buddies. You know, he loves war. So, you know, it is what it is, man. You know, I don't obviously agree with the war in Iran or supporting it, but he does a lot of good coverage on it, at least about what's going on from the conventional military side. But as for, you know, really covering the war in Iran and what's really going on, there's not very many people that are actually doing that. Missouri, go Navy. Hell yeah. You are taking great personal risk doing this. It's much appreciated. There isn't much thanks in giving a voice to the voiceless. So thanks, Nate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys just saw what happened to Sneeko today, but Sneeko was literally jumped as he was walking down the street just by himself. Well, not by himself, but just by minding his own business, walking down the street, and he got jumped. So, yeah, there's a lot of potential violence out there, but it is what it is. Not too worried about it. Central Point, born and raised. All right, all right. Okay. All right, good enough. Let's jump into the show. Let's start kicking this thing off. Because again, we're going to start off with JD Vance. How has JD Vance been doing lately? Not great, ladies and gentlemen. Not great. I didn't realize every time JD Vance shows up somewhere, something bad happens, right? He shows up to meet the Pope dies, right? He goes to try to negotiate a deal in Iran, deal fails. Like he's kind of on a crazy streak of failure right now. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. First thing we're going to talk about is, again, I told you guys that Donald Trump set JD up for failure. For those of you who don't know, they absolutely hate each other. There's a ton of infighting going on right now. And Donald Trump purposefully sent JD Vance with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, who obviously did not want the deal to go through. That's the entire reason why they sent them, to go negotiate a peace deal that they knew there was no way would ever pass, so that he could place all the blame on JD Vance. And if you're saying, Nate, wow, you're being a conspiracy theorist. No, I'm not. In fact, Donald Trump literally said it himself.
He's working on the deal, right? How's that moving? Is it okay? The big deal? You see it happening? So if it doesn't happen, I'm blaming JD Vance. If it does happen, I'm taking full credit.
He says the truth out loud. That was the entire point. Is he does not want JD Vance to be his successor at all. All right, we know that. We know they hate each other. JD Vance was a never Trumper for his entire political career, and so he's setting him up for failure. And you can see some of this in their infighting in the backside. A lot of rumors going on. JD Vance is trying to portray himself as the anti-war guy inside of the Trump administration. However, he's not going to be able to run away from it. He thinks he is, but he's not. So it says, if JD Vance really opposes the war like he keeps leaking to the press, he can do what Trump's last VB did and buck him right now in this moment of choosing. But he'll never, ever do that, right? Because he's a coward. And here's more of JD Vance being embarrassed by Donald Trump. He tried to, I think Donald Trump told him to call him during this rally, and then Donald Trump purposely didn't pick up in front of everybody.
Actually had a special guest that asked that I give him a phone call.
Yeah, Trump asked him.
And we'll see. Let's hope he actually answers. But this is going to be very embarrassing. All right.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
Okay.
Send him straight to voicemail after telling J.D. Vance to call him at a rally just to embarrass J.D. Vance. I mean, he literally is doing everything he can to make sure J.D. Vance does not get the nominee for 2028. If you had my opinion, I think Donald Trump really wants Gavin Newsom to win in 2028, and that way Donald Trump can blame everything in the world on Newsom that goes wrong. Like from the minute Newsom takes over, if he won, that would be Trump's ideal, right? Because then he gets to blame everything on Democrats and Gavin Newsom. If it's a continuation of J.D. Vance, well, that's a problem because now that's just more Trump, and so then you get to blame everything past Trump's legacy on Trump. And here's J.D. Vance's success record so far. So you got Pope Francis. He shows up. Obviously, the Pope dies, I think, the next day. He goes to try to get Viktor Orban reelected, gets blown out, goes and tries to negotiate a peace deal in Iran, fails. And that's J.D. Vance as the Grim Reaper heading into the 2026 midterms for Republicans. Yeah, so as you can see here, same thing. J.D. Vance, historic role. Campaigns for AfD in Germany, lose. Invited Pope to come to the U.S. for Trump's big event, Pope refuses. Leads negotiations with Iran, fails. Campaigns for Hungary for Orban, smoked. That's just, he's having a rough go of it, J.D. He's having a rough go of it. And supposedly, they're trying to rebuild his image, right, as this America First image. And they're leaking to the press that J.D. Vance is fighting Trump, that he's fighting Netanyahu, and they're leaking here. Vance rips Netanyahu for selling easy war to Trump. Now, J.D. Vance is so unpopular now. He was the obvious frontrunner going into 2028. And it is official. He is cratered. If you actually look at his odds of winning the 2028 election based off Polymarket, he is on a massive downhill slide. And it's Gavin Newsom, I believe, has overtaken him now, which, yikes. And not only that, if you haven't noticed, JD's been on that Ozempic, baby, after Clavicular and Nick Fuentes made fun of him for being a morbidly obese fat chud. He's been hitting that Ozempic hard. And it says a new vice presidential portrait of J.D. Vance was taken, replacing the one from last year. Yes. So embarrassed that he had to redo the portrait of himself. Rough times for J.D. Rough times for our boy J.D. So, again, going to be interesting. J.D. Vance trying to distance himself from Donald Trump. He'll never be able to do it. The only way he can distance himself from Donald Trump is the 25th Amendment. Otherwise, everybody in the Trump administration will be held accountable for Trump's actions. Just the way it goes in politics. And we're going to see that in the midterms. Okay, let's talk a little bit, because this is kind of an extension of that. While J.D. Vance was off trying to negotiate peace in the Middle East, what was President Trump up to? Well, he was going to the UFC event in Miami. Now, very, very interesting. Here's a picture of Marco Rubio absolutely shit-faced with Dana White and Donald Trump. And, yeah, you can tell. Having a rough go of it, Marco. Super professional, right? Now, the reason why this gets interesting is because we all know Donald Trump has kind of used the UFC as a way to reinvent himself, right, through his popularity. And Dana White and him are very, very good friends as they pose together. Now, what's the problem? Well, this last UFC fight in Miami that Donald Trump showed up to, he got booed, and they had to overplay the Kid Rock music, and the audio engineers had to ramp it up through the roof to try to cover up the boos because they didn't want it to hear. The other problem is, this is what happened, or has happened, to the UFC. If we look at the actual numbers from Saturday's card, it says UFC just recorded their worst Miami gate in modern history. The UFC is dying a slow death. So you can see UFC 299 is 14 million, dropped down to 12 million, dropped into 11 million. This last one was less than half of what they usually pull in Miami. Couple different reasons for this. The economy being garbage obviously hurts people's disposable income. They have to make decisions. When gas is $5 a gallon, you might not have the money to go to the next UFC event that's expensive as shit, right? That's one. The other one is Donald Trump is extremely, extremely unpopular. So unpopular, in fact. Hold on. I forgot to pull this up. If we actually go to the actual UFC page and look at their own comment section from having Donald Trump's walkout, or did they delete it? I think they deleted it. Oh, hold on. I was going to show you the actual UFC post of Donald Trump walking in, but it looks like they deleted it. Wow. Okay, well, it was in one of my videos. The reason why they deleted it is because the comment section was 100% calling the UFC and Donald Trump pedophiles. Every single comment, every single one. So it looks like they just deleted it and said, we don't want people to see how bad this is. Well, there you go. He said they turned off. So they turned off comments at one point. But then it looks like they just deleted the entire post because that was so embarrassing for Donald Trump. And again, he was just being called a pedo protector on, every single comment. So anyway, as you can see, the UFC is it's a very good representation of where the country is at, because that is a MAGA centric base, right? If you think about the UFC fan base, it's not all MAGA, but very MAGA base. That's why he usually gets these massive standing ovations when he's gone into the UFC fights. The fact that he's getting booed and they're having to delete posts because he's so unpopular from a MAGA base, it's not good. And we're seeing that. We're seeing that as his approval rating is just cratering, even with his own base. Much of that this week is coming from the crazy shit on Easter, as well as posting himself as Jesus Christ, attacking the Catholic Pope. Just dumb, right? Just objectively dumb. We'll get to more of that as we get to the Trump section here in a minute. But we're going to jump into the economy and what's going on with that, all right? Because the Strait of Hormuz is now being double blockaded. And Yemen is now talking about closing the Strait of Mandab as well, which is another 10% of the world's oil, global oil supply comes out of that. So yeah, it's a little sketchy for the economy right now. And so, as always, when we like to, let me pull this back up. When we're going to talk about things that are depressing, we of course always like to start with a little bit of comedy here. So let's start with one of our favorites, Tim Dillon.
There's nowhere to go. It's checkmate. We can't do the things we think we can. We're tweeting, we're truth socialing, whatever. We're trying to win the war on social media, and we're not even doing that because do you have the Lego thing up? Can you get that Lego video? We're not even winning the shit talking war.
Nope.
We're not even winning that. The shit talk? You think America would win that?
Right.
At least. If we're going to win one thing, we're getting bodied by Iranian AI in the war of shit talk. Truly. How embarrassing. We're the country that invented shit talk, and we're getting lit up. Take a look.
Orange pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you stole. But
lost. There's nowhere.
He's not wrong. We're getting destroyed. We're getting destroyed in the PR campaign. Donald Trump is supposed to be the memer in chief, and Iran is obliterating him, right? Every time he tries to come out and say something, they call him a pedophile on their Twitter accounts. They drop a new Lego rap song that everybody finds hilarious. We're getting objectively getting cooked in the PR world. Now, I want to show you guys this video. I had it in my video today. Some of you guys may not have seen it, but it's a very, very important video talking about the effect on the global economy, not just through because of the oil embargo, or excuse me, blockade, but also it's not just oil that comes out of the Strait of Hormuz. There's a lot of commodities. In fact, oil isn't even one of the main exports that comes out. So this is This is a really, really good video that breaks it all down.
Here's how what's going on in Iran might just affect our economy. We are in Iran, and this is going to cause a global reset, or at least it could. Has a lot to do with nitrogen, but at first it starts with fuel. Here is the cost of a barrel of oil right now, and if you can look real closely, you can see February 28th, before the strait was closed, in comparison to now. Imports, exports, anything that has to be delivered, flown, driven is going to be more expensive. Manufacturing costs are up, as well as the gallon of gas in your car. Food, the nitrogen. There is a lot of nitrogen that comes out of the GCC. Here are their main exports. You're going to see things like ammonia. You're going to see.
So as you can see here, sorry to pause it, main exports coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, crude oil, LNG, are two of the lowest, actually, comparatively to phosphate, helium, ammonia, sulfur, and urea. So again, massive effects on the global economy when we start thinking about all of the things that are being blockaded.
Nitrogen, and you're going to see this thing called urea. The thing about those exports is urea is created from nitrogen, and urea is used to create ammonia. So all of those wrap up into nitrogen, and all of those wrap up into the main use for urea, which is fertilizer. Here is the price of urea right before.
Wait till you see this price increase.
Or the strait would close.
$462 to $700.
Here's the price now. The tractors, the tilling machines, the big sprinkler guys that roll around, the giant sprinklers, all of it needs to be fueled, and all that fuel is more expensive. And the farmer is going to have to make a decision. Do I pay more for the more expensive fertilizer and inevitably have to sell my crop for a higher price? Or do I simply make less, and if there's less food supply, we'll run into bigger issues, but one of those issues would result in higher prices at the grocery store. Whether or not they create less food or pay more to create the food, you're going to end up paying more at the grocery store for the food. Based off that lack of supply, if not America, other countries will indeed suffer some form of famine, and that is disgusting and needs to be prevented.
Now, that's all true, by the way. And worldwide famines is the biggest concern, because do you know what famine leads to pretty much 100% of the time anywhere you're at? It leads to war, right? Because when people are starving to death, that's when revolutions happen. That's when they take up arms, right? So we're already in a situation where basically at World War III, there's war all over the world. And now you're going to talk about famine on top of that, which is just going to spiral the entire situation into even more chaos. But people aren't thinking about the fact that there's all those other types of things like fertilizer and, again, urea, ammonia, that are all coming out of the Strait of Hormuz as well. Now, let's talk a little bit about the blockade. The blockade of the blockade, right? Donald Trump has decided, since we can't open the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to help close the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, Donzu in full effect, right? We were begging to open the strait. Now we're going to help close the strait. Except for that, what's the problem with that? Well, we've blockaded the strait, but what countries do you guys know are not being stopped by the U.S. military, that are still just freely transporting oil through the Strait of Hormuz? Who do you guys think, if you had to guess? Who are the big countries that just told the United States to go fuck themselves? You better not touch our shit. China and Russia. Not only that, Russia has now sent their own navy and is escorting their own oil tankers through the strait. China has said, we will continue exporting all of our oil through the strait, and you're not going to do anything about it, the United States. So they said it right here. This was their response to Donald Trump's blockade from China. China responded and said, Chinese ships continue to move in and out of the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. We have trade and energy agreements with Iran, which will be respected and we abide by. We expect others not to interfere in our affairs. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and has opened it to us. So what exactly is this blockade doing? This blockade, all it is doing is now blocking our own allies like India and Japan that are paying for oil in Chinese yuan and paying the $2 million toll. So all we're doing is blockading oil to the Western world. We are literally helping Iran. It's almost incredible. And then you got to see this. Talking about our own allies. Donald Trump has been claiming, of course, that all of our allies are going to come help, right? Watch this. This was 2 hours apart. This was yesterday. Donald Trump said in a press conference, countries like the United Kingdom are sending warships to help with the Strait of Hormuz. Keir Starmer responds to Donald Trump 2 hours later and says, the United Kingdom will not be involved in any blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. This fucking guy just makes shit up. Yeah, the United Kingdom's sending destroyers, baby. They're going to help us. And then the United Kingdom an hour later goes, no, we're fucking not. What are you talking about? It's just, oh, by the way, every ally, at 100% of our allies have declined to help us open the Strait of Hormuz. None of them are coming. That's official as of today. So it's not looking great, right? But again, now we're just blockading the blockade. Now, this actually is having huge effects. What have I been telling you guys since the start of this conflict is going to happen when all of our Asian allies have their oil cut off? Where are they going to turn to? China and Russia. Duh. And here's the big one. This was historic today. This has not happened in over a decade. And here is our ally Taiwan meeting with President Xi Jinping. Talking about peace in the Taiwanese Strait between China and Taiwan. Why is that such a big deal? Well, what it is starting to look like is Taiwan, when they see the United States as not a reliable ally, they will be far more inclined to look at reunification with China. It's just for their own self-preservation, because they also know the United States has made it clear we are not coming to help them in the event that China were to use military action to take Taiwan. So Taiwan goes, well, our economy is tanking. We can't get any oil. America is not doing anything to help us. In fact, America is now actually a problem for us. We got to look for other allies. Maybe reunification between China and Taiwan is what we should do. Why is that such a big deal? If you don't know how the entire AI tech bubble in the United States is propped up, it's propped up through Taiwanese super chip semiconductors that pretty much only Taiwan makes. Even China has to buy the super chips from Taiwan because they make the most advanced chips. China will then have access to all that. China can then go, you know what, the United States, actually, you don't get any of these. And you know what's going to happen then? The entire tech market, the entire AI bubble, poof, collapses out from underneath us. And since we know the entire stock market is currently propped up by AI companies trading back and forth, the stock market would probably half in a week. You probably see a Great Depression level tank in the stock market if that actually happened. And that could very easily happen if Taiwan finally just goes, you know what, United States, we can't do it anymore. Can't get any oil. You're fucking us. We got to have self-preservation. So it's a lot more serious than people realize. We don't need AI anyway. Okay, sure, that's fine. But guess what? The stock market is completely reliant on AI companies. And so if you're invested in the market, you can see that market have probably the biggest tank that we've seen since the Great Depression. Okay, now, I talked about this today. I hope a lot of you watched my episode where we talked about the macroeconomics of oil tankers and oil commodities and oil as a global commodity, because it'll make things a little bit more, make things make sense a little bit more for you. For this might be the dumbest thing I've seen come out of Fox News in a while, and you're seeing all of MAGA rush to talk about this story. Some of you may have already seen it. Let's take a look.
President Trump has urged countries squeezed by Iran's disruption of the Strait of Hormuz to turn to American energy supplies instead. Well, it would appear perhaps they are obliging him. They are listening to Trump. The president told Fox, quote, China can send their ships to the U.S., China can send their ships to Venezuela, while also saying that empty oil-carrying ships from many nations are all headed to the U.S. to load up. That from the president of the United States. A lot to follow today. Put that map back.
Okay, check this out. Of these 121 oil tankers, only 68 of them are actually super tankers that actually can carry upwards of 2 million barrels of oil and things like that. Fox News had to admit that. 68 oil tankers. And MAGA thinks this is going to change the global economy. 68 oil tankers coming from Asia, by the way, to the United States and back. What's the problem with that? Let's break this down. I mean, you might have already seen it in my video this morning, but 68 oil tankers is fucking nothing. That is about the average of 1 day worth of oil tankers that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. 1 day. Okay. And let me show you this, because you'll realize how dumb this story really is. Okay. So here's your shipping routes, right? What these ships that are coming from Asia and the Asian markets here, they're going to have to take, and we talked about it before, it'll take about 3 months for a full-size oil tanker moving at about 15 miles an hour to come from the Asian markets. And because, again, you have to take these specific routes. You can't just sail across the Atlantic or the Pacific however you want, right? So they'd have to come down through here, through the south of Africa, come all the way up, get the oil. And for these super tankers, they can't even go through the Panama Canal. So they have to actually come all the way back up. That takes probably 90 days. As compared to, let's say for India, this is like a day or two trip right here, right? This tiny little from the strait right to them. Okay. That's important to understand. 68 oil tankers. Now, we could do this with I already did the math on this, so you can look at my video and just trust me. But if it takes 3 months for one oil tanker that would have taken 1 or 2 days to make their trip to come all the way to America and all the way back, right? Now you have time cost loss, right? Where instead of making a trip every day or every 2 days, 3 days, 4 days a week, now it's got to take 90 days. So what does that mean? While that Strait of Hormuz is closed, and you typically have, let's say, an average of 50 oil tankers a day going through the Strait, which are no longer going through the Strait. You multiply that out by 90 days, which is how long it takes to get there and back. Okay. Typically, you'd have about 4,500-esque oil tankers that would have gone through the Strait in that same time period that 68 oil tankers went to the United States and back. So what does that mean? In that 3-month period, the global oil market lost out on 4,400 or so shipments of oil. So do we start to understand why 68 oil tankers in 3 months literally does nothing? The only thing that it does is actually jack up the price of oil in the United States. And a lot of people don't understand this. Why? Okay. Now that 25% of the world's oil shut off, the Asian market has to get oil somewhere else. Donald Trump says, we're just going to sell it to Asia. Okay. We don't have unlimited oil. When you hear we have more oil than everybody else, yes, in the fucking ground. It still has to be dug up. It still has to be extracted. It still has to be refined, which means the Asian market that is now coming to buy the United States is not buying infinite oil. They're purchasing the same limited supply that United States was already selling its own consumers. What does that mean? You have way more competition in the specific United States market now. And so what does that mean for American consumers, you and I? Well, if you're Chevron, Exxon, and Mobil, why the fuck would you sell this oil to Americans for $5 a gallon when you can sell it to Japan and New Zealand and Korea for $10 a gallon? Right? You're going to make way, way, way more profits if you're Chevron, Exxon, and Mobil by selling it to the Asian market. So what does that mean? Well, if the United States wants to get oil to be able to compete with that, prices got to get jacked up through the fucking roof so that Chevron, Exxon, and Mobil, it's worth their while to sell it to American consumers. So by Donald Trump saying, everybody come buy our oil, all that's doing is inflating the fucking price of oil for everyday Americans. It's fantastic for Donald Trump's buddies, right? The billionaire class that owns all these oil conglomerates, amazing for them, because they're selling their oil at absorbent prices. They love it. But for the American consumer, me and you, we get fucked. And that's why when Americans are so confused, I don't get it. America has all its own oil. Why is gas $7 a gallon? Why is it $9 a gallon in California? I don't understand. Well, because it's a global commodity, and now other markets have to try to come buy ours. Now you have more competition for you at the pump. Supply and demand. And so it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Now imagine if Yemen actually shuts down the Strait of Mandab. Another 10%. Whoosh, whopped off. More competition for the U.S. oil market. Boom, prices go up. Prices go up. It's just basic Econ 101, supply and demand. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but you get my point. So whenever you hear MAGA tell you that it is a good thing that the rest of the world is going to come buy the United States oil, understand they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They don't understand what a global commodity is. And that's why you can go look for yourself at fucking Shell and look at the prices today and go, they're still going up. Yes, and they're going to continue to. They will continue to keep going up. And you know who also just said that? You know who also just said they're going to keep going up yesterday until past the midterms? President Donald J. Trump literally said yesterday. Trump said gas prices will likely remain high through November as he just ordered a U.S. naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. He's saying it himself. He's literally saying himself, prices are going to keep going up. I don't fucking care. That's what he's saying because, one, all his buddies are trading, and his son is trading oil futures and oil commodities, and they're getting rich. His billionaire class buddies are getting rich. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit if gas goes to $10 a gallon. That's great for him. You think Donald Trump is, as a billionaire, is worried about filling up his tank? None of these people in the elite class care because $10 a gallon gas doesn't do anything to them, right? Because they live in a different reality. This is what's called a K-shaped economy, okay? A K-shaped economy. That's what we're in right now. If you don't know what a K-shaped economy is, it's two different economies for two different sects of the society, right? As the K has the upward angle, this is the sect of economy for Trump's buddies and the billionaire class and the stock market class, right? Inflating currencies, driving up prices. What does that do for them? Because they own assets. They own the market. They get richer and richer and richer. And then you have the bottom side of the K. That's for the working class people. Inflation gets higher. Gas prices go higher. Their economy is going down for them, for us, right? So we are sitting in a K-shaped economy just getting absolutely skull-fucked by Trump and his buddies. And they love it. That's why this war's not going to end. Because the rich are getting way, way, way richer off this. And the poor, they don't care about the poor. Right? As long as they can keep you simping for Donald Trump and you know, supporting anything he does, including blaspheming Christ, you think he cares? Fuck no. Make him rich, baby. Right? So again, it's not good. It's not a good. And here, let me show you some fucking simp posts. They're everywhere. So I just pulled random ones I saw today. This, I don't know who this guy is. Some dipshit says, every day the Strait remains closed, America sells more oil and gas. Funny how no one's thought of that except Trump. We don't sell more oil and gas. We sell the same amount of oil and gas at inflated prices to the rest of the world. Dumb as shit. This guy just fundamentally doesn't understand how global commodities work. Here's another one. By securing oil in Venezuela and blocking the Strait of Hormuz, Trump has effectively taken control of the world's oil supply, forcing countries to buy oil from the United States. Again, not good for American consumers. And two, we don't control Venezuela's oil. We did not replace the regime. Maduro regime still controls all their oil. And we also don't control the oil of Iran or the Strait of Hormuz. They have control of that. But even if we did, still wouldn't be a good thing for the American consumer. And then Donald Trump said this. And an amazing critical thinking by Donald Trump says, gas prices could be lower by the midterms or maybe a little higher. And as the meme says, yes, those are literally the only two options. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that riveting take. Now, as guys, I don't expect everybody to understand this stuff at a really high level, right? I have a master's degree in business with a sub-focus in macroeconomics. So for me, I see this stuff and I automatically go, that guy's a retard. That guy has no idea what he's talking about. That guy doesn't understand a global oil commodity. I get it. I don't expect everybody to have a super high level education and understand macroeconomics, but we can all understand basics of supply and demand. Okay, it's not complicated. Reduce quantity of X, increase price of X, right? Reduce supply of X, demand of X goes up. Like this, everybody understands this. This is very, very basic. So when you see stuff, you see people like this, like let's look at some takes, right? They're the worst takes you're ever going to hear in your life, but it's important to see the type of government propaganda that's being shoved down the boomer classes.
Let us be very clear. As we speak, there are two main objectives that the U.S. will achieve one way or the other. We will seize Iran's 60% enriched uranium, or as the president affectionately refers to it, as dust, and the Straits of Hormuz will in fact be open.
Listen to that. Sean Hannity is saying the strategic objective of the war in Iran is to open the Strait of Hormuz. Think about how full circle we've come. The main strategic objective of the war is to open the Strait of Hormuz that was already open before we started the war. That's where we're at. That's the 7D chess we're at. And he's sitting there simping for Donald Trump like that's a victory. That's state-sponsored government propaganda, ladies and gentlemen. And the boomers lap that shit up. They lap that shit up. Oh, Trump's his hero. He's going to open the strait. And it's like, hey, dumb fuck. The strait was already open. How is the strategic objective to get back to where we started before the war? That's not a win. That's a loss. It's objectively. And again, let's just here's some more. I know these are painful to watch because I don't know if these people are legitimately this stupid or if they're just paid shills for the government. Obviously, Hannity, I don't think he's as dumb as he portrays. He's obviously just paid to shill propaganda, but who knows?
And that's exactly why he is winning the war against Iran. Iran thought they're going to checkmate President Trump on this one. He ended up checkmating them by putting the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. He understands how they think. He is not going to budge. He knows we have the upper hand. That was basically the last card that the Iranians played. They thought they can have the United States and the world by blocking the Straits of Hormuz.
Okay, listen to what she just said. She just said, Donald Trump has checkmated Iran by blocking the Strait of Hormuz. And then she says, Iran thought they could control the world by blocking the Strait of Hormuz. Excuse me. Like, are these people serious? Trump checkmated Iran by blockading the blockade that's already blockading? What are we talking about? How do these people get up there in front of a camera and say that shit out loud? Now, again, the boomers lap it up. They'll believe anything, right? I've just got to show you these because they're painful, but it's just important to realize that these people exist, right? While you and I are in the real world, these people are out there, right? If you're ever wondering, again, and this is going to be important, who the fuck is still left in MAGA? It's these people.
See the last change? You see the last move that Donald Trump just made? This is a boss. He's just basically taking this whole entire thing, taking full responsibility and putting America first. Shut this straight down. The mines, sweep the whole damn thing. If our partners want to help, great. If they don't, it doesn't matter anyway. He just basically positioned the United States of America to champion status. And by the time this deal is done, the entire world is going to be dependent on us to keep their economy flowing. Do you all understand what this means?
These people exist. They're out there and they vote. I want you to think about this. That guy, his vote counts the same as yours. Think about that. How depressing is that? That's like there's conversations about like should everybody vote. You watch a guy like that and you go, maybe not. Maybe we should have IQ tests to maybe vote in elections. You know, a guy like that will really make you ponder for a minute and be like, maybe democracy's not the greatest thing ever, just due to the sheer stupidity of the fact that guy gets to vote. Again, it's rough. It's rough to watch, right? But they're out there. And as they're cheering this on again, yeah, Donald Trump, 7D chess. 7D chess. Okay, gas prices in the United States jumped 21% in March, the largest monthly increase since 1967. Again, is this winning? Is this winning? USC's largest monthly gas price in 59 years. Is this winning? Does this look like 7D chess to you? Is that the effects of 7D chess? Is the largest inter-month increase in gas price since the 60s? To me, that doesn't really feel like winning. It doesn't feel like a strategic victory is happening around me. Because usually, like, you can feel the effects of winning, right, a war. And typically, the effects of winning the war do not include a destroyed economy. Typically, right? If you're the victor, this is typically not the type of thing that you can see. All right. Now, in a hilarious move, Donald Trump is warning people to not use the Iran conflict for insider trading information for insider trading. Donald Trump, who is obviously manipulating the markets for his buddies, has also told his own staff not to insider trade. Thanks, Don. Yeah. But what does this mean for the actual economy? Excuse me. Well, we can see right here. Sorry. Breaking. The United States GDP tumbled in quarter 4 of 2025 due to the largest government shutdown in history and the Iran war and gas prices. And basically, we're already in a recession. As the U.S. economy grew only 0.5% in quarter 4, down from 4.5% in quarter 3. And quarter 4 projections or expectations fell below 3% on top of it. So, yeah, we're almost into negative GDP growth, which is not good when you're $40 trillion in debt. Yeah, but don't worry. Donald Trump is here to save the American economy with anything he can. Donald Trump stands by ready to use the full Donald Trump stands by ready to use the full economic might of the United States to strengthen Hungary's economy. Oh, never mind. So while our own economy is being destroyed, farmers are being utterly hosed, ranchers are hosed, freight is hosed, you and I can't afford gas. Don't worry. Donald Trump is ready to muster the full economic might to bail out Hungary's economy of all countries. Okay, this is kind of like Argentina with the $40 billion bailout. Yay. Oh, but also, as they're trying to have Prime Minister Viktor Orban win, as J.D. Vance was there campaigning for him, too bad he lost. So it's turning out that anybody who is endorsed by Donald Trump on the world stage is not doing very well. But again, yeah, there you go. The American economy, what's Donald Trump say? He doesn't give a fuck, but the economy of Hungary, he's ready to marshal the entire power of the United States to save Hungary's economy. America first. America first. That's America first, okay? MAGA will tell you that. Ben Shapiro will get on here and tell you saving Hungary's economy is America first, all right? You have to be ready for it. Okay, next we're going to talk strictly about Trump for a minute before we jump into the MAGA Civil War. Let's hit some super chats. Don't fall too far behind. All right, let's do it. Hey, got a scrapbook of my waifu. Do you think I can get her to finger my book? I don't know, man. That was a weird one. 45. This is a good joke. 45 plus 47 equals 25th. Yes, let's do that. Tuning in my Beantown, Massachusetts, is that? Right? Or Maryland? Which one is that? Is that Maryland? No, Maryland's MD, right? Massachusetts, MA. Paul says, TR rifle needs to be checked to make sure that it will cycle the rounds they claim was used. My old info won't cycle new pointed ammo. Okay. Oh, Tyler Robinson's rifle. Interesting. What do you think we do as Americans to help fix what's happening in this country? Thanks for all the good content. Well, at this point, don't vote for Republicans because they need to be punished for what they've done to the country over the last year and a half in the midterms. I would say that. If you don't want to vote for Democrats, I would say just don't vote. That's probably what I'll be doing in the midterms, is just not voting for any Republican candidates. And won't be voting at all, most likely. Because then, Democrats are emboldened and they're going to show up in massive numbers and they're going to win. And the reason I say that is because it makes no difference to me. I'm an independent. Republicans have done jack shit. Democrats won't be any worse. So yeah, there needs to be some accountability there. You have to hold your own people accountable. Not that the Republican Party is my people, but I'm just saying you can't let people fuck up this bad and then just keep voting for them, right? That doesn't make any sense. And then 2, just take care of yourself, take care of your family, take care of your local community, right? That's the best thing you can do, right? Focus on yourself. Make sure you're doing well, right? Because you can't help anybody else if you can't help yourself, right? So that would be my suggestion on that. But do whatever you want to do. But for me personally, yeah, I got no interest in seeing the Republican Party rewarded for how bad they fucked up. So, but again, everybody can do what they want. I'm not a Republican, so that's the way I look at it. Don't criticize God Emperor Trump. He learned his diplomacy from the Ted Kennedy Alpha Delta School of War. You should learn from the legend, Sergeant Major. I'm not a Sergeant Major, but I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. I ended as a sergeant first class. You guessed Grants Pass last episode? Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Close. Well, not really, I guess, but Southern Oregon. All right, couple more, and then we'll jump back into it. Dr. Surfer Chick says, Governor of Indiana signed a $60 million contract with our greatest ally to connect Indiana's leading corporations, healthcare systems, universities, and communities with the world-class Israeli technology companies. Not America first. A lot of states are doing this. Florida has done this. Arkansas has done this. It's just more money laundering to our friends. 2026 midterms will be canceled. Everybody keeps saying that. We'll see. I'm no longer saying that's a silly. I used to say that's silly. It's never going to happen. I'm no longer saying that. I'm just saying we'll see. Because now it's actually a possibility with how psychotic Trump is. So there's that. Watch Daredevil Born Again. Similar to what's going on in this country at a smaller scale. Won't take long to catch up. That's not the one with Ben Affleck, is it? I'm voting Nanavda Abuv Ligma. 2028 tax revolt time. Nanadav above Ligma. I don't know. That's got to be a joke there that I'm just not catching. All right, last one. We'll jump back into it. I love for a Thomas Massey, Tucker Carlson ticket in 2028. America First Mofos Love Your Show. Keep pounding. The thing is I don't think Tucker runs as a vice president. Tucker is way bigger than Thomas Massey is on the world stage, as you could say. But if you reverse that, a Tucker Thomas Massey ticket, I'd be all for that. I'd vote for that ticket. And then probably be let down 2 years after that. You know what I mean? That's where we're at this point. Is like you could elect Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, and then probably that would be a massive disappointment 2 years from then. Because at this point it just feels like no matter what, we can't get anybody that's actually cares about the country. Tulsi Gabbard is a great example of that, right? Somebody that lied to us for 15 years and turned out to be a giant shill herself. So you never know. I don't even know what good ones are even left out there on either side, But anyway, all right, let's jump back in. Now, we want to watch this first because we got to talk about where we came from to where we're at now. It's going to be important when we talk about the MAGA Civil War and everybody abandoning Donald Trump. Well, let's take a look at why that.
Because I don't need anybody's money. It's nice. I don't need anybody's money. I'm using my own money. I'm not using the lobbyists. I'm not using donors. I don't care. Miriam gave my campaign indirectly, 250 million. She was number one. Because I don't need
wow. Look at that. Look at that massive change. We went from not taking any money from anyone or any foreign lobbyists to taking $250 million from Marion Adelson and about $300 million from AIPAC. So, yeah. Times have changed for old Trumpy boy, but that's part of the reason why he's lost nearly all of his support. Now, let's take a look at this. This is actually somebody who voted for Donald Trump. This went pretty viral. Said, I voted for Donald Trump, and what I got? War, Israel first, higher gas prices, large deficits, more spending, higher grocery prices, higher clothing prices, higher vehicle costs, 401k losses, investments down, devaluation of the dollar. We could add 30 more to that, right? And he says, I'm fucking retarded. God, I'm sorry. Sir, you were, absolutely. But, you know, the fact that you've realized that means you're not completely retarded, which means you're probably a critical thinker that got fooled, right? So the people who have, again, like the vast majority of the people in this audience, or the vast majority of conservatives or Republicans in this audience who will say the exact same thing, that are critical thinkers. They no longer support Trump. How could you? Right? There's no possible way you could if you have an IQ of above 64, probably. And everybody else is just shills that's either too dumb or they're being paid. And we'll show you who those people are. It's very obvious at this point. And here's the way you can tell. Let's look at this. Randy Fine. Randy Fine says, President Trump is the greatest president our country has ever had and will ever have. There will never be another one like him in American history. Okay, so this is MAGA, right? If Randy Fine and Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and Mark Levine and Laura Loomer think that Donald Trump is the greatest president in history, that tells us everything we need to know. Excuse me. We get a lot of pollen right now. It's springtime. But again, that tells you everything you need to know, right? If Ben Shapiro and Mark Levine and Randy Fine think this guy's the greatest president ever, that's for a reason. Because he's America last and Israel first, right? Like, it's not hard to figure out. Another wild one for Donald Trump. His poll numbers with Latinos, and shocking, right? This is going to shock you. Has massively cratered. He has now got a 72% disapprove rating, only 28% approval rating with the Latino community. Actually shocking that it's that high. Actually shocking that it's that high, you know, given ICE and everything that's been going on. Now, keep in mind, Donald Trump, I believe, actually won the Latino vote in 2024. So that is actually a massive fall off, just like independents. You know, a lot of people are abandoning him. Here's another one. Also, this is now. It's funny because for those of you here, I think we talked about this on Tuesday or maybe Friday. But remember when I told you the reason why we were going to leave NATO? I told you guys the reason we're going to leave NATO is because Israel wants to go to war with Turkey, and Turkey is a NATO ally, and the United States can't be a part of NATO, and it can't attack a NATO ally. So we have to leave NATO so we can attack Turkey for Israel, right? Well, that's what everybody's starting to talk about now. This is as of a couple days ago. It says rumors are circulating that Israel and America intend to launch an attack on Turkey following America's withdrawal from NATO. Whoa, wow, look at that. Look at that. Ta-da. Now, again, not that I'm some guru, but it's the most obvious thing in the fucking world that's why we're doing it. But, again, it's just kind of funny to see people start to talk about something that, you know, I said the writing was on the wall for a while ago. Now, I wanted to show you guys this. I actually just want your help in trying to figure out what in the fuck this guy's talking about. Did you guys see this? This one was a couple days ago. Donald Trump says, I hear a low IQ individual who calls himself Middle East something was disappointed that I canceled power plants in Bridge Day and that I saved Iran's civilization. Donald Trump saved the Iranian civilization, by the way. Well, maybe I won't be so nice next time. President DJT. Who is he fucking talking about here? What is this guy talking about? Are we supposed to know? Is this like what is happening in this tweet? Is he talking about Alex Jones? Alex Jones call him who's Middle East something? Does anybody know what the hell this is? No, nobody knows. Okay, yeah, here we go. Lon's kind of nailed it right here. Yeah, maybe it's just dementia. Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody knows what the hell he's talking about either. Anyway, I didn't know. I couldn't figure it out, so I figured I'd ask you guys. But yeah, I guess we'll just go with just a dementia. That's what he's talking about there. Okay, here is why Donald Trump hates the Pope. All right, the Pope has an IQ of over 145. That's pretty wild. He calls out unjust wars. He calls out politicians. He calls out censorship. He calls out Christian persecution, calls out declining birth rates in the West. And it says the Pope is the global leader that we need. Now, interesting. I think these are all great things to call out. Seems like this is exactly what you want the Pope to do, is to have the stance on things. And guess what? Donald Trump hates him. Donald Trump hates him, right? Because that guy actually has kind of the same values as the rest of us, turns out. You know what I mean? So, of course, Donald Trump hates him. Kind of makes sense. Yeah, there's a Chad filter on him. There was the Giga Chad filter for sure. Okay, let's keep moving here. All right, now, also for MAGA, who keeps trying to just hanging on for dear life. Just please, Trump, please stop Trump. Well, nope, Trump's not going to stop because here he is. A couple days ago, Trump comes out and says, Senator Lindsey Graham is doing a fantastic job. He is running against a lunatic named Mark Lynch, who supports perhaps the worst congressman in the history of our country, Thomas Massey of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. I don't have to go into great detail, but needless to say, Mark Lynch would be a disaster for the Republican Party. And Lindsey Graham, all caps, gets the job done. All caps, vote for Lindsey all the way. MAGA. Oh, MAGA. How's that feel? How's that feel, MAGA? That's your guy. That's your guy. Trump's your guy. And the funny thing is MAGA hates Lindsey Graham too, but they try to, like, you do these mental gymnastics to disassociate Donald Trump from his support of Lindsey Graham, Mark Levine, etc. It's wild. It's wild to watch, isn't it? All right, now let's jump into the actual MAGA civil war. As we saw, Donald Trump had that epic crash out this week. And I got this meme right here. Here's Donald Trump over the top of gravestone, MAGA. It's dead. We all know it's dead. And we're going to talk about why it's so dead. But if you haven't seen this, I'm sure most of you have. We're not going to read the whole thing because, oh my sweet Lord, the crash out on this is absolutely crazy, as Donald Trump is firing back at literally everyone in the conservative space who has now turned on him. We'll read a little bit of it, okay? Yeah, there's going to be some TLDR on this, all right? We ain't reading all that, but we are going to read the start here, okay? Because, again, this fucking insane dementia crash out is wild. And he says, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years. That's objectively not true. They literally campaigned for him, especially by the fact that they think it's wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. I haven't heard any of them say that, but okay. Because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're just stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes. They never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Okay, let's skip here because it's out of control. Let's get down to this one. Here we go. Or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and hopefully will win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, here we go. Oh, gross. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is far more beautiful than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Okay. So I think what Donald Trump is saying is that he's gay. And hilariously, Candace Owens asked him that question. Like, are you gay? You're attracted to men? And also, he kind of is attracted to men. Do you see what he said to Paulo Costa after the UFC fight? I think I got the picture of it. He walked up to Paulo Costa and said he's too beautiful to fight. Donald Trump said that. If you ever, I'm working on a video going back and actually looking at all the really gay comments Donald Trump has made over the years. It's shockingly, again, it's an evangelical. Well, he's not an evangelical, but evangelical Republicans are just struggling. We're going to show you Mike Pence here in a little bit too. Mike Pence in a little bit of hot water because some of his photos from his youth at the gay clubs have gone viral, let's say. But we'll get to that. Why is everyone left in the Republican Party closeted homosexuals? Have you guys noticed that? That's all there is left. I'm not even being rude. I'm just saying that's all there is left in MAGA, all of them. Kristi Noem's husband, every time, like Donald Trump's pastor, every time you turn around, there Benny Johnson, well, he's got his issues going on according to my, like everywhere you look. What is the deal with that? I don't know. But it is true. It's Lindsey Graham, right? Like you go down the list and it's just it's very, very bizarre. But anyway, Donald Trump also saying some weird, gross shit. Okay, let's keep moving into the Civil War here. So this is a great image. This is going pretty viral. You got MAGA then. All people I like, other than Elon. Elon is still down here on the MAGA now, by the way. This was a screw up on this. You got Tucker, Candace, Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly's kind of sitting the fence in the middle. Marjorie and Alex Jones, right? Obviously, you can put in a lot of different ones here. Theo Vaughn, etc. And then MAGA now. Yes, there they are. Shapiro, Levine, Loomer, Randy Fine, Marco Rubio. All never Trumpers. That's what you got left. This is what you identify with if you're MAGA, by the way. That's your team. And this is also a great one. Talking about Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. Well, it turns out TDS now, and I agree with this. We talked about it before. Trump derangement syndrome, the only Trump derangement syndrome left is people who support Donald Trump. That's it. If you support Donald Trump, your brain is deranged in 2026. So it says here, TDS is real, but contrary to MAGA's attempt to define it, it's as the left's delusional obsession with hating the president. It's actually MAGA's own brain-rotted inability to recognize and acknowledge how awful, destructive, and despicable their false idol truly is. And we are definitely seeing that as, especially with Donald Trump's decision to post himself as Jesus Christ. And people are furious about that, but not MAGA. Not MAGA. I had this. Hopefully I can pull this up on my phone. I saw a clip, or not a clip, but a picture of all of the typical MAGA simps, right? Graham Allen, what's her name? Alice, whatever her name is, Tatum. They all posted the exact same message, responding like they got their talking points. I should be able to pull it up here in a second. Give me a second then. Let's see if I can do this. I'll just find one of them. You guys may have seen this, but the paid, they're all paid, right? All the paid shills. They are all now putting out the exact same message. It's something along the lines of like, Donald Trump didn't actually mean to portray himself as Christ, and this is all fake outrage. And they all use the word discernment, right? Which is a word nobody uses. But anyway, I'll be able to find it and show it to you guys. But yes, they're all jumping out to defend even the grossest shit, right? Attacking the Pope, posting himself as Jesus. They're still trying to defend that. All right, let's get back to this though, because this is interesting. Donald Trump, who claims all of these people he's attacking are all low IQ idiots. Well, let's a little trip down memory lane. CNN did.
I just mentioned a name, but a woman who I saw the other night on television just ripped some poor idiot apart. Megyn Kelly is here, and she's doing. Come up here, Megyn. By the way, I'm having a great time up here. Are you having a good time? Okay. Is he the greatest interviewer? Candace Owens, I watched her and I saw her coming. I said, I'm pretty good at star power. I'd say, that's a star. I just want to finish by saying your reputation's amazing. I will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed.
Donald Trump, let me say this. My audience, I'd say 90% supports you. Okay.
Right.
And you definitely have shown your knowledge of geopolitical systems.
Well, what happened? Now, here's the thing. It's actually disgusting because the only reason Donald Trump won is because the podcasting space, Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, all supported and campaigned for him. He would have never had a chance in fucking hell if it wasn't for the manosphere, if it wasn't for all of the pundits that came and supported him. So the fact that he's actually attacking them now is, but again, he's got no loyalty to anybody, right? it's just pathetic, right? Because the people who got him elected, of course, he's turned on. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you go down the list. And let's talk about Alex Jones first. Uncle Alex, all right, attacking Uncle Alex. Uncle Alex is not happy about this. Somebody here says, Alex Jones devoted his life to the cause. He fought 10 years for Donald Trump. Trump is a fucking traitor because Donald Trump said, or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune as he should have. Okay. Now, let's watch this. If you haven't watched this, JP Spears and Alex put out a response to this, which was actually pretty funny.
Do you do IQ test here?
Yep, that's what we do.
Okay, because I think I need one.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. Why do you need one?
Well, I've had some people lately telling me I have a low IQ.
Ooh, shots fired. Gosh, who's been telling you that?
Well, some people online have been telling me that, like the president, and even my dogs are looking at me a little bit condescendingly now.
Well, we'll find out. So with this IQ test, I'll just ask you a series of simple, really common sense questions, and you just give me your best answer.
I'm actually kind of a little bit nervous right now.
Oh, yeah, you should be, because if you turn out to be what some would call a low IQ nut job, then pretty much a lost cause.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
All right, first question. Which word doesn't belong? Apple, banana, carrot, orange.
Is it carrot?
Very good, because it's not a fruit and all. It's clever. Next question. Who would be considered more of a traitor to their country? Person A, who receives $230 million from a foreign lobby, or person B, who receives $0 from a foreign lobby?
I mean, clearly person A.
Wrong.
Come on, that's got to be correct.
Next. Hypothetical question. If a country has a major shipping waterway that you want to have open, and it's currently open, but they'll close it if you go to war, what would be a smart way to ensure that waterway stays open?
You don't go to war with them.
No, not even close. Common sense would say go to war with that country and stay at war with that country as a way of putting pressure on them to reopen it after they've closed it because you went to war with them.
Are you playing with a full deck?
I don't play cards, but thanks for asking. Oh, and this is a good one. If you had the desire to take down an international pedophile ring, what would be the best way to follow through on that desire?
Well, you launch a full investigation using every means necessary, and then you prosecute those bastards the fullest extent of the law.
Wrong. No. You would launch an effort to prevent any investigations and prosecutions.
That can't be right.
Well, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
These questions are kind of weird.
Oh, I assure you, these are standardized IQ test questions, sir. Next question. Here's a scenario. You got a person, they work for America and America only. What country does that person work for?
America?
That's incorrect. They work for Iran. Next question. Who's more beautiful as a woman? France's First Lady, or maybe man, or Candace Owens?
Candace Owens?
No.
Have you seen France's First Lady?
I would totally do her. If she had an OnlyFans, I would subscribe. Any reasonable man would. Okay. How would you describe what America first means?
Putting America's interests first above any other foreign nation.
No, you're actually describing anti-Semitism. Yeah. Okay, last question. What year did we first land on the moon?
We've never been to the moon.
No, we've been to the moon. We go all the time. Well, your test is complete. I've never seen a score like this before.
What'd I get?
You got an IQ of 65.
Is that high?
No, that's a very low IQ.
My life is literally ruined.
Okay. Oh, it's hilarious because it's true. That's actually literally what's happening. Let's all right, let's wrap up Uncle Alex and get his one of his responses to all this.
And that's why you'll have 5-6 times a day. I mean, oh, we won. It's over. No, it's going to go on forever. Total destruction. I'll never let them have the strait. Yes, we're giving up the strait. I'm getting out of NATO. We're staying in NATO. And when you know people in early dementia That is exactly what they do.
Yep.
And so I think we're dealing with the madness of King George III here. And that's why you'll have 5-6 times a day. Oh, we won. It's
Yep. Now, let's move on to, we're going to talk about all the people that Trump decided to attack and the responses thereof. Let's talk about Tucker. Yeah, Tucker. So he decided to attack Tucker. And you got to see this. Fox News and CNN working over, CNN, by the way, owned by the Ellisons now, another just shill company for Donald Trump. They're working overtime to try to portray Tucker Carlson as getting destroyed by Trump. No one supports Tucker anymore. Here we go. We're going to look at the data on this right afterwards, by the way, but let's see what they have to say.
Let's start off with Tucker Carlson, who has been in absolute free fall with Republicans. I mean, just take a look at this. Look at this trend line. Tucker Carlson's net favorable. Back in March of 2024, when he and Donald Trump were very close friends, look at this. He was at plus 54 points. Look at where he is today at only plus 7 points among Republicans, and that includes GOP-leaning independents. I mean, that is a drop of what, 47 percentage points. My goodness gracious, when you go up against Donald Trump and you want to appeal to the Republican base, to quote the movie Good Burger, you go on the grinder, and that is exactly what has happened to Tucker Carlson, who has absolutely collapsed.
Okay. CNN. Tucker Carlson has absolutely collapsed. Let's look at the numbers. Let's look at the data. You guys know I like to give you numbers and data. Why? Because the numbers don't fucking lie, do they? So let's go take a look and see if Tucker Carlson has, in fact, collapsed. Now, I got this all ready for you. Okay, here we go. Let's go over to Tucker Carlson's YouTube channel, by the way, one of the biggest YouTube channels in the world. Let's see if his channel has collapsed. Tucker Carlson, let's go look at some videos. We're going to ignore this one. This one just came out a couple hours ago. Now, these just came out 1 day ago. Let's start here. Videos that actually have had some time to work our way up, right? 1 million. 1.5 million, 2.1 million, 1.9 million, 1.6 million, 1.3 million, 1 million, 1.6 million, 1.3 million, 600,000, 1.3 million, 3.4 million, 3.3 million. It doesn't look like Tucker Carlson is collapsing. To me, it looks like he is still either the number 1, 2, or 3 biggest channels on social media even after this. It doesn't look like he's collapsed at all. But now, wait, how many? Let's go back. How many subscribers does Tucker have? 5.57 million subscribers, doing anywhere from 1 to 3 million views of video. Let's talk about who's collapsing, shall we? Well, we're going to look at a few other channels, Trump supporting channels, and we're going to just look at the numbers. Okay, let's go to Ben Shapiro first, shall we? Yes, Ben Shapiro. And again, we'll give him a little bit of leeway. We won't start with these ones. Also, we're going to talk about, he does like to buy views on a video every once in a while to prop these up. But as you can see, 3 days ago, 30,000 views. Ben Shapiro has 7 million subscribers and is doing 30,000 views, 79,000 views, 195. Here's one he bought, and I'll show you the data metrics on how I know he bought these here in a second. 132, 29,000 views, Ben. Oh, 42,000 views. Oh my God, with 7 million subscribers. Holy shit. Now, you will see, let's say this one right here, 500,000 views. Whoa, crazy. Problem is that he pays for the views on these, and I'll prove it right now.
Alrighty, folks.
Just look at the basic data. We're not going to listen to him, but okay, here's how we tell right away. Ben Shapiro bought the views on this video. We scroll down, we look at the metrics, 515,000 views. How many likes? 7.6 thousand likes. Ooh, 2,000 comments. Now, you might be thinking, Nate, is that normal? Well, the easiest way for me to do this is just to go to my channel, pull up a video that's got, 500,000 views, and we'll look at how many likes and comments it has, That's usually a good way to do it. What does a real video look like? Let's pull it up. I got one a couple days ago. 465,000. Well, look at this one. Barbell. Now, let's look at the metrics on this. Remember, Ben had 7,000 likes. Okay, I've got 50,000 less views than Ben Shapiro on this video, but how many likes does it have? 25,000, 4 times more than Ben's. Well, how many comments? 4,000, twice as many as Ben's. Benny boy. Oh, well, see, that's what real views look like comparative to actual like ratios when you're not purchasing views on the channel. But point being, overall, that's what collapsing and dying looks like. And it's all of them. Why don't we keep going, right? I'll show you quite a few of these. Let's go to Benny Johnson, one of the biggest shills for Donald Trump, right? Let's see how Benny's doing. Benny, how you doing, buddy? I'm sure with how many subscribers do you have? 6 million, more than Tucker. He's got more subs than Tucker. What do these numbers look like? All right, we'll give him a little leeway on these in the 7-hour moments, okay? But again, these let's start here. 113, 49,000, 83,000, 134, 27,000. I mean, you got a couple okay ones here. Probably bought views on these. 120, 108, 34,000 with 6 million subscribers. Again, I hate to do this, and this isn't to brag. This is just show you how dead these channels are. Let's go to Nate's channel, okay? My own channel. All right, what do I got? 492. Benny has 12 times more subscribers than I do. What do my numbers look like? Well, even my video 4 hours ago has about the averages his is doing for entire views, but I've got 193,000, 244, 465, 253, 270, 178, 217, 286, 206, 381. Getting destroyed. Getting destroyed by Nate. What? How is Ben Shapiro, Benny Johnson? We'll look at Officer Tatum next. How are you guys getting 3x by me? Let alone Tucker. Tucker is doing 15x, 20x the numbers. And we haven't even looked at Candace yet. That's just Tucker is doing 20x the views of all the MAGA shills. That's how who are people watching? Who are Republicans watching? Who's MAGA really watching? Is it Tucker, who's doing 1 to 3 million views a video, or is it Benny Johnson, Ben Shapiro, and Officer Tatum, who are doing 40 to 100,000 views a video with the same amount of subscribers? You see how brutal this is when we actually look at the data, look at the numbers? We're not done. Let's look at somebody that's doing even worse than all of them. Tubby Tatum has just burned in. Look at Tubby Tatum. 3.72 million subscribers. Look at these view numbers. 49, 23,000, 59,000, 47,000, 75,000. Oh, he broke 100,000 at least on one of these. 32, 81. He can't even crack 100,000 views a video with 4 million fucking subscribers. That's about the same amount of subscribers as Tucker. Tucker's doing 30x Tatum's views. And Donald Trump's going to say Tucker is failing? CNN's going to say Tucker is failing? Do those numbers make sense to you guys? No, you can tell who people actually are listening to. And let's do the big dog in the room, okay? So we can actually see real numbers. All right? Because again, he attacked her too. Candace, who's failing. She can't handle anything. Oh, let's go. She does live streams. All right, let's go see what Candace is up to. Shit, Candace's stream that in 2 hours ago has 500,000 fucking views almost. That's bigger than any video any of those turds have had in the last month. And she's done that in 2 hours. All right, then you got 1.5 million, 2.3, 1.9, 1.6, 1.7, 1.7, 1.9, 1.5, 1.6. Everything she does, 1.5 to 3 million fucking views. You want to talk about, Donald Trump wants to talk about which channels are failing? I think we can kind of take a look around at the room. Again, when Nate is doing 3x the views of Ben Shapiro, Officer Tatum, and Benny Johnson with 1/12 the subscribers as them, I think it's pretty clear what the country thinks at this point. Sorry, these are just looking at the numbers. This is not even my opinion. You want to try to argue those numbers with me? Can't really do it. So again, but as for Tucker, let's get back to Tucker. You also have this. Check this out.
Has had enough of Tucker shit. And yeah, I'm just going to admit it. I sent the president Tucker Carlson's clip so he can see the shit that he says about him. I do. And I want that motherfucker, Tucker Carlson, to know that I'm the one who knifed him from the front. I want him to know. I'm not talking about physical violence, physical knifing, but yeah, I'm the one that sent the president all your shit, Tucker, because he deserves to see the fact that
Trump has the internet. Why is Laura Loomer having direct contact that she can just text the president? Why is Laura Loomer advising the president of the United States? I mean, woman who's legitimately psychotic, right? Not allowed to own a firearm because of it. Why is she advising Donald Trump? That's MAGA. That's MAGA. That's your team. Larry Loomer, Ben Shapiro, Tatum, Mark Levine, Lindsey Graham. That's MAGA, baby. Could you, and why would you want to be attached to that? Right? If you're just a regular person and you're looking around going, where does our ideology sit in MAGA right now? Who is the face of our movement? Mark Levine, Ben Shapiro, Lindsey Graham? Ew. Gross. Gross. As a man, how could you look at just the biggest pussies you've ever seen in your life and you're like, yeah, I agree with these guys. Hell yeah. Oof. Oof. Tough times, tough times. Well, Tucker had a pretty simple response. He said, I've always liked Trump and I still feel sorry for him, as I do for all slaves. Oof. Oof. Now, this is a little offshoot. Surprisingly, he didn't go after Nick. But let me refresh this real quick. But let's see what Nick had to say about this. Again, another person. Well, he's been off the Trump train longer than everybody.
Might argue what's making America great again about bombing Iran, but then you would be making the error of assuming that MAGA was ever about an idea or a principle or the country. MAGA was always a farce. It didn't exist. It was vaporware. It's true. Sadly and horribly, it was always bound up with the cult of personality of Trump. And for a lot of people, this is the last step they need to take. It is him. He is the problem. Because you know what? He's right. When he says, I'm MAGA, can anyone argue otherwise? He is MAGA. He invented this hat. That's his slogan for 30 years. Even before he ran for office, he was saying MAGA. He was saying make America great again. No one can deny, of course he is MAGA. Of course he is the nucleus of this movement. And so people hear him say, well, I'm MAGA and bombing Iran is MAGA. And they go, well, but that isn't America first, but that isn't a nationalist policy. And this is when you need to realize it's not his advisors, it's not his personnel, it's not the bad advice or whatever. It's him.
And that's what MAGA is doing now. That's what MAGA is doing now. MAGA is now trying to justify all of the crazy shit Trump is doing by blaming it on the people around him. Well, it's not Trump. It's, Susie Wiles. It's not Trump. It's Laura Loomer. It's not Trump. It's Lindsey Graham. It's like, no. No, Trump has surrounded. You are the company you keep, guys. You are the company you keep, period. Lindsey Graham, Mark Levine, Ben Shapiro, Laura Loomer. That is Trump. That is MAGA. Sorry if you don't like that, but that's where you're at now. If you are MAGA, it's rough. It's rough out there. I mean, even Megyn Kelly, she's still fence sitting, but she was getting attacked by Trump too. And she's been one of the biggest Trump supporters there is.
Insufferable. I was there for 14 years. I've already told my audience, if I were a Fox News anchor right now, I'd know exactly what to do. Cheerlead. That's it. It's all about rah, rah, rah. Go military. That's what's patriotic. Praise the president. Support the troops. Support the war. Day in, day out. This morning, who do they put on? Mike Pompeo to kick off the day's coverage. Lindsey Graham all over Fox News over the weekend. That it's utterly unhelpful to go like today, obviously I've come out and said how I honestly feel because I owe that to my audience. But today we're going to have both sides on to help people actually make up their own minds. You will not find that over on Fox News.
No, you will not find that. All right. Also, you got Sean Ryan. Used to be, Sean Ryan. Sean had who? I'm pretty sure he had JD Vance on. He had Pete Hegseth on. He had Donald Trump on. And he's completely abandoned MAGA, right? Sean says, so far this week, Trump threatened to wipe out a civilization on Tuesday, announced a ceasefire on Wednesday. Israel leveled parts of Beirut on Thursday. Iran shut down Strait of Hormuz again. Gulf states are intercepting drones. 13 American service members dead, over 3,400 Iranians killed, 1,500 dead in Lebanon. And this administration has the nerve to call this a win. They light the world on fire and then take credit for the fire department. Yep. Now, all right, that gets us through a lot of the MAGA civil war, but let's look at one of Trump's closest supporters. Found a video of him, and pretty wild. But let's take a watch because it's crazy out here. Pete Hegseth, everybody. Pete Hegseth.
Remember that war that wasn't a war? Thanks to our core, we won it for sure. Now freedom endures on both of our shores. There's a little bit more fighting in store, but hardly a chore. For sure, not a war. Remember the fight, which wasn't a fight, that lasted all night with no end in sight and didn't seem right. Well, don't get uptight. We bested with might. It ended all right. No need to indict. It was not a fight. Recall our last battle, which was not a battle, in deserts with camels, with rockets to rattle. Our foes all skedaddled, our bombs were a paddle. The haters will grapple with why we got addled, and our men got saddled, 'cause it was no battle. Remember the nukes, there were no nukes. We put up our dukes and blew up their troops and killed some large groups. That was a big whoops. Their leader got booped, regime is reduced. A win we produced, but they have no nukes. Recall the ceasefire, we won the ceasefire. The world does admire when war does expire, but no war transpired, so don't be a liar. Our win will inspire the planet entire to respect our sire for his big ceasefire. Remember the end, which wasn't an end. We told you again, we'd always defend. No need to amend or truth to contend. So kiss our rear ends, the facts we can bend. The win we commend, 'cause it never began.
Really hate that sound.
Oh, man. He's got Mr. Newberg's AI Funnies. This is where we get a lot of these from, guys. Absolutely hilarious. Oh, anyway. All right. We just need a little bit of comedy, of course, to get us through that section because, man, it's rough out here, huh? All right. A couple more real quick when we're talking about MAGA. We're going maybe not MAGA, but former MAGA. Not sure if he's MAGA. Let's talk about Mike Pence's recent issues. Okay. Breaking. Pence's prostitute playtime. A gay male escort in Indiana has come forward alleging that during his time as Indiana governor, disgraced former Vice President Mike Pence hired him and used him for services dozens of times, engaging in taped. This man says that he was prepared to come forward to out Pence years ago, but was threatened and intimidated by his political allies into not doing so. He said Pence's closet homosexuality is the worst kept secret in Indiana politics. Now, let's scroll down and look at this viral photo that has come out right here. As you can see, it's not looking good for Mikey Boy. Not looking good for Mikey Boy as this photo is going viral on the internet. As you can see, oh, man, it's like we were talking about earlier. It's rough out here for Republicans, isn't it? God, it's all of them, dude. It's always the evangelicals too, isn't it? Mike Johnson, right? Benny Johnson. I mean, you just go down the list. Mike Pence, right? Lindsey Graham. It's just really weird that it's always the evangelicals. Very bizarre, but yeah. Oh, I always, guys, this is what I want to. Speaking of Benny, I always like just going to Benny's comment section. One of my favorite things to do when I see something Benny posts, I immediately go look at the comment section because his own comment section destroys him. Benny says, Muhammad is dead, Krishna is dead, Buddha is dead, Confucius is dead, Jesus Christ is alive. That is the truth, and he's remade the world. Glory to God. Very first comment, you're a complete tool. Benny got approval from Israel before he posted this. And, yeah. If you go through these, they're all just negative dragging him. So anytime you, if you want a good laugh, go to, also Officer Tatum's comment section is always a banger, right? The second you go into that comment section, it's just him getting absolutely destroyed by his own audience. So one of my favorite things to do is to just check out their comment sections. All right. Last one, talking about MAGA. Now we know why Pam Bondi was fired. And it's because what we're learning is that she was being subpoenaed to have to testify on the Epstein files. And now what they're trying to claim is because she was fired, she's no longer has to testify. It says the Department of Justice says House Oversight subpoena no longer obligates Pam Bondi testimony in the Epstein matter. Wow. Now, isn't that convenient, huh? It's almost like they did this on purpose. Now, I'm pretty sure Congress has already stated that to the Department of Justice, no, sorry, we did not subpoena the Attorney General. We subpoenaed Pam Bondi, the Honorable Pam Bondi. That's what Congress actually subpoenaed. There's no mention of her actual job title in that subpoena. So she most likely is going to be drugged before Congress and have to testify anyway, even though the Department of Justice has said that she doesn't have to. Congress says she does, and what's going to happen? She probably won't show up. She'll get held in contempt of court, and we'll see what happens from there. But, yeah, who knows, right? But again, pretty clever for them to do that, right? Okay, we got through MAGA. Let's do a couple super chats, and we'll jump into the Democrats. Some really interesting stuff going on with the Democrats, good and bad for the party. We'll talk about that here next. Rogue says, former 375 snot here had a sniper buddy who called Big E being associated with our greatest ally back in 2020. Called him crazy. Damn, my eyes are wide open now. Love the channel, bro. Keep it up. Rangers lead the way. Yeah, that's changed, huh? Like, we weren't really thinking about it or talking about it because, again, back in 2019, 2020, Israel was still the darling of the world, right? And times have changed, and we've learned a lot since then, turns out. Thank you, brother. Outdoorsman, thank you. What's up at Gary throwing shade your way? I don't know. Did he? Was Gary talking shit about me? I don't know, man. Again, I don't talk shit about other Green Berets unless they commit stolen valor. So I see he did that to Joe Kent too. So I guess this is kind of his thing, is to, talk shit on Twitter instead of just giving me a phone call if he's got a problem with me because he's got my number. So that's on him as a man, not me. So I have nothing negative to say about him. So disappointing to see him not be a grown man on that. But it is what it is. Gory, what a heck of a way to be unalived, and he ain't gonna jump no more. Stupid YouTube censors. Yeah. KFC lover. Would the Christian nationalists fight fellow Americans in a civil war for Israel? They seem to be blinded by their eschatology. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude, at this point. Maybe. I mean, loyalties are very odd, right? Loyalties are very, very odd. I trolled my MAGA coworkers by telling them how Governor Walz mandated all Minneapolis schools to teach Arabic numerals, and they actually fell for it. Who else fell for that? There was I think it was, I forget what, there was a big MAGA show content creator that fell for that too, without knowing that, like, yes, the numbers we use just happen to be Arabic numerals, yes, in the English language. It turns out, yes, they were invented. Yeah. Anyway, arithmetic as well. Go figure, right? Things like that. If you block me, I block you. Dorsman says, hey, Nate, what do you think about the idea that Trump is setting up Jared Kushner to take all the blame for failed peace talks? Heard Professor Jang throwing out that idea. Well, why don't we get Professor Zhang's take on that this Friday? Because he's going to be on the show. Okay, so remember, you guys remind me when he's on the show, and we'll bring this comment back up, and we will ask him directly. Then we can get his own opinion on it. All right. So yeah, Professor Zhang will be on the show on Friday, and we're doing 6 p.m. Pacific on that one. 6 p.m. Pacific. All right. Trump's moronic decision is serious. Japan attacked the U.S. at Pearl Harbor because of an oil embargo. Nah, there's a lot more to that story. But hate is one of the swiftest unifiers, and right now we're the vocal point of it. Right. Yep. All right, one or two more, and we'll jump back straight into it. Big Ricky Daniel says, here's the meme of the century. Iran keeps Bibi off the Arab squad walls by Trump's hand. Israel keeps Trump from rotting without dementia behind bars. Via Epstein's hand, Trump's Lego behind. That's global economics. Woof. Okay. Thank you, brother. All right, one more. Kyle Klinsky just did a video where billionaires, data centers, and warehouses are being targeted, with workers saying you could have paid us a living wage. Do you agree with Kyle? This is necessary. It's domestic terrorism. And so this is a very, do you guys know the movie V for Vendetta? Have you guys watched that movie? Kyle is approaching this from a V from Vendetta, working class labor type of standpoint, that essentially the elites will never do what's right for the working class people, and thus the working class and labor market have to use violence and things like this to push forward political agendas. Do I agree with it personally? No. Nor would I advocate for it on YouTube, because you can get your channel banned that way. But do I understand the sentiment people have on this? Yeah, I understand it. I can empathize with it for sure. But is that the take I have? Yeah, again, even if I did feel that way, I wouldn't say it on YouTube, because again, they'll just ban your channel. You got to be careful with that. But it's one of those things that again, when you look at the actual, the lower and working class, what have the elites done for the lower and working class since the 1950s? Say, like fucking nothing. Everything they do is destroying and ruining the country for the average American. So is it going to take something radical like that? I don't know, because voting doesn't seem to do anything. So I'll give Kyle some leeway on that, to where I can't give you a solution through democracy that fixes it. At least we haven't seen one. So what does that mean? I don't know, right? But again, that's one of the things you got to be careful talking about for sure on YouTube. But Kyle's big boy. He can talk about whatever he wants, right? He's got a big channel, so I'm sure he'll be fine. Okay, but I'm going to stay impartial to his take on that one. Okay. All right, let's jump back into it. Let's talk about Democrats, by the way. Let's start with some good news up front for the Democrats, and then we're going to get into some unfortunate news for what's going on in the Democrat Party, okay? Good news is the numbers don't lie. Democrats are destroying Republicans.
New this morning, the results are in from elections and special elections. We talked about Georgia, a special election race there with a huge shift to the Democrats, the biggest we have seen in years. Also, elections in Wisconsin. With us to discuss what they mean and what they mean for you, CNN chief data analyst Harriet. And I'm getting serious here because these results tell a pretty serious story in Wisconsin. Big shifts toward the Democratic Party.
Holy Toledo, holy smokes, holy cow. What are we talking about here? I mean, look at these shifts. Okay, and I want to put this into historical perspective for you. Dems, liberal, exceeding the previous presidential vote. So in 2025, 2026 cycle, we're talking about exceeding Kamala Harris. Look at this.
These are swing states. These aren't even deep blue states.
We're talking about exceeding Kamala Harris, the liberal candidate did, by 21 points. 21 points, and this is part of a pattern, right? In Virginia governor, we saw the Democrat there exceeding Kamala Harris by 10, New Jersey governor by 8, and this is even better than what Democrats had back in the 2017, 2018 cycles, where they were exceeding Hillary Clinton's baseline, but by 12, 4, and less than a point. So this time around, Oh my goodness gracious, holy cow, holy smokes, holy Toledo. And of course, remember, Democrats took the House in 2018. And I will note that Wisconsin Supreme Court performance last night by Chris Taylor was the best for a liberal candidate in an open seat in at least 30 years.
So, whew, that's not good. And we're seeing that with special elections, by the way. Democrats have unseated 30 Republicans in special elections, and since Donald Trump took office, Republicans have unseated zero Democrats. So, yeah, it's not looking good for the Republican Party going into the midterms, but we already know that, right? When you have a president like Donald Trump who has a downwards on some polls of a 32% approval rating, of course, that's going to be a massive referendum on that piece of shit president. Whoever party he is with is going to get blown out in the midterms. That's like, that typically always happens, but at the level it may happen, the numbers and what you see, the stratification there, that could be extreme. It could be extreme. Now, this is one I think is shocking people. And this is why I said when everybody was throwing a tussle, when old Zoran was running, right, and everybody said it's going to destroy the state, it's a socialism and Islam. And I just said, hey, give him a chance, right? New York City voters wanted him. Give the socialist a chance. Well, it's not going well for all the Republicans who said he's going to destroy the state because, again, I'm not trying to take sides here, but this motherfucker almost has a 50% approval rating. That is extremely high in the state of New York. So new poll of New Yorkers show 48% approval rating of Mayor Zoran Mamdani. Obviously, that's 15% higher than Donald Trump. His approval rating, and there's some metrics that are going into this that suggest this to be true. Okay, so everybody who threatened, all the billionaires who threatened they were leaving New York, we found through the data and statistics that is not true. Okay, so the Manhattan commercial real estate market data for the beginning of 2026 shows the office leasing activity and rents are up. So actually, there's more people moving to New York since he's taken over, while the vacancy rates are declining. Since 2025, commercial leases have gone up, while vacancies dropped by 2.2% and rents went up by 3.5% year over year. Not only that, crime statistics, and again, it is what it is, guys. This is why I said give him a chance, right? Well, let's find out. Is he going to destroy the state or not? Well, Mamdani's New York records the fewest murders and shootings in history for quarter one. Major crime is down 5.3% citywide under Mayor Zoran Mamdani. He's doing well. And and again, that's why I show you the numbers. The numbers say he's doing well. His approval rating is extremely high. Nobody's fleeing the state or the city, excuse me. Crime is way down. I mean, maybe again, right? Do we want to cheer on the socialists? But it doesn't look like New York's doing too bad. So, again, not good for Republicans, right? Because Republicans had this massive, massive fear campaign that, oh my God, a Muslim socialist, right? It'll destroy the country. It'll destroy the whole country. Well, it's not looking like that's the case, right? He's doing a lot better than most cities in Republican-controlled states right now. So, again, just some things to think about. Okay. Now, let's a little bit good news. Now, shocking, I don't often agree with this guy, especially since he's such a massive Zionist, but every once in a while you agree with somebody, right? Broken clock.
Midterm elections very soon. Now, here's the stats that are important. 7 in 10 people say tariffs have cost them money. Food is up 2.9% since January. Household debt up 4%. Right. Utilities up 6%. Yeah. Obamacare subsidies cut 22 million people. The Democrats are not going to win this election. The Republicans are going to lose it.
That is stated perfectly. And again, I very rarely agree with anything Bill has to say. That is stated perfectly. The Democrats don't need to win the midterms. Republicans have lost the midterms, thanks to Donald Trump and MAGA, right? So very fair point. Again, Not my cup of tea, but again, we'll give credit when we agree with something. Now, the question then becomes, Democrats are obviously going to sweep. The question then becomes, can they get out of their own way? What Democrat Party are we going to get? Are we going to get progressive populism, or are we going to get blue MAGA neocons? And now we'll get into the bad news of what's happening in the Democrat Party. This was very, very bad for the country and for the Democrat Party. If you guys didn't see, a DNC panel voted to reject a resolution condemning the growing influence of dark money and corporate-backed spending, including AIPAC, according to The Hill. While AIPAC remains a frontline issue within the Democratic base, the party is once again sticking with one of its biggest donors. Yes, the DNC officially rejects to condemn AIPAC. Womp, 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 womp. This is very bad for Democrats. Very bad for Democrats. Because Democrats are actually statistically way, way less support for our greatest ally than Republicans. And what that means is the people in charge of the Democrat Party are still bought and controlled by our greatest ally. And their own party, the populist Democrats, the progressive Democrats, are not going to want to vote for candidates like Gavin Newsom. Hassan is in a bunch of hot water right now because he said that he would not vote in an election between Gavin Newsom and J.D. Vance. And so if Democrats are going to put forward garbage blue MAGA candidates like Cory Booker and Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, Democrats aren't going to want it. Populist Democrats, young Democrats, progressive Democrats aren't going to fucking vote for those people either. And now you got in a situation where if Democrats put up candidates that are so bad that their party hates, Republicans could hold the field, right? Because now it's like, well, what's the difference? What the Democrat Party has to do is it has to put forward candidates like Graham Plattner, right? It has to put Bernie Sanders. It has to put progressive populist candidates forward that are anti-foreign involvement, anti-foreign lobbying, all these different things. If the Democrat Party goes down the same route and just goes the blue MAGA route, all right, they're going to be cooked too. So we don't know what Democrat Party we're going to get in the midterms because Democrat Party has their own civil war going on for those of you who don't know, right? If you watch, Kyle Kalinske or Hassan or any of these streamers, they'll tell you, right? There's a big problem with establishment Democrats versus the progressive Democrats. Just like it's the exact same thing happening in the Republican Party with, MAGA versus the America First, the populist movement. Exact same thing. So, again, it's going to be interesting to see what Democrats decide to do. Obviously, the party itself, the people, they don't want that shit. But the establishment that's in power, that same establishment that did what? Fucked over Bernie Sanders twice when he should have been the candidate to run against Trump. Well, that they still have a stranglehold. The Hillary Clintons, the Hakeem Jeffries, the Chuck Schumers, right? They've got a stranglehold on the Democratic Party still. So if Democrats put forward a bunch of, garbage candidates, I don't know. It could get scary. But are they smart enough to get out of their own way and actually start putting forward progressive candidates? I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. I hope they do, right? Because look at Zoran. Right? The thing is Mamdani is sort of proving he's kind of a proof of concept for the Democrat Party right now. You have a extreme progressive that ran for mayor, won, and has an extremely high approval rating after he's won. So for the Democrat Party, it should wake the party up to say, we want candidates like that. We want populist progressive candidates because our own party doesn't want to vote for this garbage, this blue MAGA garbage, right? So, but again, we'll just have to wait and see because that money, big money, can affect a lot of things. So we'll see what the Democrats put forward. But I mean, here's another one. Here's Jeffries right here, right? Getting roasted by his own people. It says, Jeffries says, Republicans are threatening to cut Medicare and Medicaid to pay for Donald Trump's reckless war in the Middle East. Get lost. And he says, you voted to send $40 billion to Israel to commit genocide against Palestinians. If you're going to correctly blame Trump for wasting money on reckless military spending, maybe you should look in the mirror. Whoa. Little infighting. And a little bit of bad news, a little bit more bad news for the Democrat Party. And that is, we're talking about bad candidates. especially for 2028. This ain't it, ladies and gentlemen, but here we go. She's
You gonna run again in 28?
So, here, okay. No.
wait for the accent, because she's in a panel with black people, and we know her accent likes to change depending on who she's in front of.
I tried to be subtle, but I just figured I'd go right
Well,
at
that's as subtle as Reverend Al Sharpton could ever be. We love you for many things, but not being subtle. Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it. But
Why is she talking like that? This reminds us why Trump won, right? Like when we see this again, we go, that's right. This is why Donald Trump won.
let me say this. Let me say this. I am thinking about it, but let me also say this. Look, I served.
Also, she may be drunk. Just like a lot of slurring going on here.
For 4 years, being a heartbeat away from the presidency of the United States. I spent countless hours in my West Wing office, footsteps away from the Oval Office. I spent countless hours in the Oval Office in the Situation Room. I know what the job is, and I know what it requires.
So,
okay, let's. Oh, Democrats, for the love of God, you've got to be smarter. You've got to be smarter than to put Kamala up as your candidate. That's a throwaway. She'll lose to J.D. Vance. I mean, you cannot do that if you're Democrats. God forbid. Let's see. Let's do a poll, right? Let's do a poll. How about this? How about a poll on, let's say, here's some kind of a couple choices. You got Kamala, or let's say AOC, right? AOC is a big up and comer. There's a lot of people that think she's going to potentially throw her name in the ring. If you guys had to vote between the one of the two of these for president, and I know a lot of people will say I don't want to vote for either. Doesn't matter. I'm not giving you that choice because I don't want 30% of the audience to say neither. So you have to choose. You have to choose one. And again, this is just for us to get a sentiment of how we feel, right? You might not want to vote for neither. That's fine, but that's not the point. The point is to just get a sentiment from the audience on who they dislike more, right? Right. And some people like AOC, right? But not very many people like Kamala on either side of the aisle, turns out. Okay. Now, while we do that, we're going to hit the final section of the show, okay? Now, Tucker has been going so dangerously close to the sun recently. He just doesn't care at all anymore. Probably the most base-voiced on the internet. He also has the biggest platform, so he's a little bit more protected than the rest of us are. And again, I'm not talking trash on him for this. I'm just saying he has a little bit more leeway to be able to talk about things that the rest of us would get banned for. So I do appreciate that he's out there going hard. And he had this to say this week. Said the U.S. needs to detach from our greatest ally immediately. Not one more dollar, not one more bomb, not one more missile. Tucker Carlson. Well, that's an absolute yes. Thank you, Tucker, for that. If you guys didn't know this, did you guys know there's a huge Jewish and Christian population in Iran? Did you guys know that? I bet Fox News didn't tell you that, did they? Right? There is a big Jewish population in Iran. And do you know who's bombing Jewish synagogues in Iran? Do you know who's doing that? Well, I'll show you. Jewish synagogues in Iran are being bombed. By Israel. So as it says here, members of the Iranian Jewish community inspect what is left of their synagogue in Tehran after our greatest ally bombed it on Passover. And this is probably the best quote I've seen right here. This is why being anti our greatest ally is not anti-Semitic, right? Doesn't it make sense now? Because they're bombing Jewish synagogues. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Israel is now threatening Spain. So as you see here, I'm not even going to play this. I'm just going to read it. I don't want the algorithm to even catch him being part of this. It says Spain, BB says Spain is slandering the most moral army in the world. The IDF. They will pay an immediate price and will not be our partner anymore. Oh, okay. Okay. Now you're threatening U.S. allies? Sick, dude. Sick, bro. Sick, bro. Ugh, man. It's rough out here. But this is the result of that, as we're starting to see here. Here's a little bit of data, okay? As you can see here, Americans have turned on our greatest ally. The majority of Americans now do not support our greatest ally. As you can see, the rate now from 2022 of very to somewhat favorable has dropped from 55 down to 37. Ooh, an unfavorability rating has raised to 60. That is countrywide. United States wide, only 37% support. Wow. What a disaster. Now that's down from like 90%. And like if you go back to like 2010, it was like 93% approval rating. So in 10 years time, we've gone from 90+% to 37%. Oof. And keep in mind, probably 30% of that let's say 25% of that is boomers. Fox News boomers. So once they're gone, yeah, they're cooked. They are cooked. That support is evaporating in real time, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely evaporating. Okay. We have made it through the regular scheduled show. 2 hours exactly, almost. Nailed it to the T. That's about how long we like to have the show go. So, thank you all to everybody who stopped by for the show. Been a good show. What we're going to do next, of course, jump into the rest of the super chats. So if you're just here for the regular scheduled show, real quick, cool, let's do it. Let's jump back in and let's hit some super chats. All right, let's do it. Let's see. I think this is what we got. This is where we started here. Oh no. I think this is where we were. No, we did this one. Sorry, just get back to where we are here before we get going. I don't want to miss any. Here we go. Let's do it. This is where we were. Wayne says, hey, Nate, sending support from up north, in your opinion. Oh, are you at JBLM? I would assume. Does the Hormuz Strait affect Israel much? What's more strategic for them, closed or open? Yes, it does, right? And ideally, what they would like to have is a lot of that oil. And the reason they want hegemonic control of the region and to shut down Iran is because they want control of a lot of that oil shipping routes. Let's see if I can pull. Let's see if I still have it here. I closed it out. Hold on. Let me pull this back up, pull our chart back up, and I'll show you what I mean. Here. Okay, I'll show you why this is a really big deal to Israel. And they actually like the strait being shut down, okay? Because what you actually have, you have the Strait of Hormuz here, but then you actually have shipping routes that come out of the Suez Canal here, right? And this is what Israel wants to vie complete control over, right? So that way Iran and the Gulf states don't have that global control over the oil. So Israel actually wants to have the actual global control of oil, right? That's part of the Greater Israel Project. So yeah, that's actually it actually is very important to them. So they want control over that area, especially the Strait, that way that they can control the global oil supply for themselves. And to do that, and that will then make them the hegemonic superpower rather than Iran being the now current hegemonic superpower of the Middle East. So, yes, that is a big deal for them as well. Hate is one of the swiftest unifiers, and right now we're the vocal point of it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. No doubt about that. Uh-oh, we're lagging a little bit, guys. Hold on. I think it's this. We good now? We should be good. That was sorry, we were just let me close some of these out. I got 1,000 browsers open from the whole show, and it's as good as this new computer is, that's just a lot of shit going on in my computer. We'll close all these out. That should help. These shows, there's a lot of data in these shows. As you noticed, I bring you guys a lot of stuff. Well, all of that, my computer is running in the background. Nate, am I on TRT? Yeah, you guys want to know everything I'm on? Real quick, so that you got an idea of what you can get. Yes, I'm on TRT and equipoise for your, they're not steroids, I guess you could say, but your TRT style stuff. And then for peptides, I'm on human growth hormone, testosterone. So what that is artificial growth hormone and real growth hormone. A lot of that is for injury recovery, rebuilding my body after it got destroyed, fat loss, things like that. Then I'm also on BPC 157, TB 500. That's for injury recovery furthermore, because I do a ton of combatives and weightlifting and stuff like that. So I'm still always getting beat up. And then GLP-1, so Ozempic, you could say. I low dose that to help with an appetite because I'm fucking big. And I'm trying to not be too big because it's hard on my bones and my joints and my body at this point. And glutathione, which is really good for your liver and some things like that. So I'm on all kinds of stuff. And then for my wife is on a bunch of stuff too. She's on progesterone, testosterone. For all you ladies, let me explain this. For all you ladies, you guys getting and HPTRT does all the women's stuff too. You guys getting your hormones dialed in is even more important than the men. Okay. My wife was on nothing her whole life. And then now she's on peptides. And I mean, she's in 3 months gotten in insane shape, my wife's tiny as is, but she feels way better. Her skin's better. Her hair's better. It's like all kinds of different stuff for the ladies too. So, yeah, that's all the different stuff I'm on. They give you equipoise. Nah, that one I get from a little bit different source. That's not one you necessarily need. That's just one because I like to have a higher red blood cell count because I do a ton of combatives and cardio and stuff like that. But anyway, full transparency. That's all the different stuff I take. So, but again, you can get on it too, right? And it'll get you nice and fit and just fucking get those going. All right. I would never really do that, except we're talking about TRT and fitness. So we throw a random flex up for you guys. All right, let's keep moving here. I think we just did this one, right? Oh yeah, we did that one. Oh, we did do. I must have missed a couple. I went back and got them. This is how the vaccine folks felt when they found out the vax didn't work. We may be cooked. I'm going to party till the roof caves in. Yeah. Tim Pool crashing out on CK and Israel. I saw him talking shit about Trump the last couple days, which was shocking. He actually had a super funny comment the other day. Yuri says field trucks are already having allocation issues in what is that, Missouri? I always forget some of the states. Meaning they have to go through multiple accounts just to load fuel for the gas station. Some stations are running out. I've had a few guys in the freight industry talking about this recently, the same type of thing, the issues you guys are having. Yeah, and this is the lag effects, right? We're going to start seeing more and more and more problems. More and more problems come from this as we go. And freight is going to be hit the hardest for sure. Brian says, I'm a machine that turns Miller Lite into urea. All right, good joke. Here's for 1 gallon of gas. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you very much. But in Oregon, that doesn't even get me a full gallon. Rough times out here for all of us, isn't it? When $5 doesn't buy you a gallon of gas in places like where I live. I think $5.35 for regular down the street. Yeah, it's rough. Rough. Oh yeah, this is in the pinned comment, the pinned comment, right? VFT code VFT for 20% off. Don't forget that. I'll put it in the. Oh, it's in the description too, right? I already have it in the description of the show, guys, so it should be there too. I forgot I put it there. Okay. Who would you vote for in the 2028 presidential election? This is a good question. As of right now, I would not vote for any candidates in the field on either side. So and I'm talking about the candidates who actually have maybe not said they're running, but have forecasted that they're running. So for the Republican Party, that includes Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, JD Vance have all pretty much said they're going to run. Who else for Republicans? Those are like the main MAGA Republicans. I would not vote for any of the three of them. I would vote for third party or sit out, or for the Democrat candidate if they had a actual candidate. For the Democrat Party, it's even worse. It's all blue MAGA and AOC. So you've got Gavin Newsom, Pritzker, Buttigieg, Kamala, maybe Hillary Clinton. God, who knows? And then you have AOC. So I wouldn't vote for any of those candidates as well. I think you might see Thomas Massey run. You might see Marjorie Taylor Greene run. I think that Tucker Carlson, I know people are saying he won't do it. I think Tucker Carlson may be hinting that he's going to run. I would probably vote for any of the three of those candidates. I'd probably vote for Marjorie. I don't know. Thomas Massey, I would vote for. Somebody like Ro Khanna, I would probably vote for on the Democrat side. Bernie, I would vote for if he was a little bit younger and he could run. Any sort of populist America First candidate I would vote for, but there's not really any. There's not really any at the moment. Yeah, why not, man? At least he cares about the country and he's anti our greatest ally. So it's better than what we usually have. So, yeah. So that's it. Bernie's too old now, though, right? So. But yeah, some type of America First candidate, but we don't know. We don't have any officially in the race yet on either side of the aisle. So it's not looking good right now. I think people were talking about Ivanka Trump. I think Keith Edwards did a video today on that. I didn't actually watch the video. I do like Keith Edwards stuff, actually. I'm actually a pretty big fan of Keith Edwards. I don't know if you guys watch Keith Edwards. I know people are surprised to see that, but I watch his stuff like every day. I think he's really good at YouTube. Don't tell him I said that. Yeah, did he do a video on this? Hold on, let me pull this up. I think he talks about. I didn't watch the video yet, so let's see how realistic this is. But he did talk about Ivanka Trump potentially entering the race, which is terrifying. Oh my God, Jared Kushner's wife.
It's an Ivanka Trump interview that went largely unnoticed. It happened a couple of weeks ago, and it got my wheels spinning about what a post-Trump America might look like. Now, you might know that Jared Kushner is not an elected official. He's not a federal government employee, and yet, curiously, he's involved in the negotiations between our country and Iran. Mr. Kushner, who is President Trump.
Trying to see if there's anything like really talking about Ivanka or not.
Saying maybe there's some filler. Here she is at the UFC fight that Donald Trump was at while JD Vance was negotiating with Iran. And she also gave this interview that I thought was extremely interesting. Not necessarily about what she said, but how she presented herself. Now, before we see this real fast, I just want to say that the host described her completely different than how he described her father. He referred to her as a pure, soft, empathetic soul who's, quote, very different from her father, thrust into contexts that she didn't choose by way of his ambitions. Quote, she built an $800 million business, but sacrificed it all.
All right, you'll have to go watch that. I don't want to watch the whole thing. No thank you to Ivanka. That's just Jared Kushner running the country as he already is. So I'll pass on that. No thanks. No thanks, Ivanka. But you can watch that on Keith's show. But yeah, I do like Keith Edwards' show. He's probably my favorite Probably easily my favorite Democrat content creator for sure. Watch all his stuff. It's very, very good. All right. Let's keep moving. Orange says, is Trump intentionally screwing up the United States and the world? I see a lot of people talking about this being on purpose. Whom telling this idiot to do all the stupidity? Trump supporters are the ones that are going to get hurt the most. This must stop. A lot of people think he's purposely doing this to destroy his own presidency, to potentially get impeached, to usher in J.D. Vance. So that way J.D. Vance becomes Mr. President before 2028. So Palantir and all of the small tech companies can get their guy in. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually what he's doing or if he's just a psychopath with dementia. I think that's probably more likely is what we're looking at. But it's possible. It's definitely possible. All right. What's your thoughts on cashless bail? Cashless bail. Is this a prison question? I've never even been arrested in my 40 years of life. This is a question for JD DeLay. He'll know better than me. I'm not a prison guy. I have no idea how the system works. That's not me trying to flex. It's just the reality that I've been a very law-abiding citizen my whole life. So, I don't know how that whole system works in the jail system. So, sorry, brother. Hello, fellow poors. What a time to be alive. Yeah, it's rough out here, isn't it? U.S. controls oil, money, and budget of Venezuela. That is not true at all. That's Fox News slop. The Maduro regime is completely in power, and not only that, they just actually put in a new defense minister that is famous for torturing people. By the way, so like the butcher of Venezuela, I believe. So no, sorry, bud. That's not remotely true. Just because we kidnap their president doesn't mean we control the country. Sorry. Trump's tariffs and now oil blockade is bad for working Americans and great for him and his E-class buddies. Yep. We talked about that earlier. They're making a ton of money off of it. We're not. American people sure shit aren't, but the billionaires definitely are. Iranian are the inventors of chest, by the way. Chest or chess? I don't think they invented chests, but I think you mean chess. But it wouldn't surprise me. The Persian Empire has been around forever. Right, the guy says the MAGA people will pay higher prices and they will literally thank him for it. Crazy. Yeah, they're literally doing that. They're talking about why oil and gas prices are being high is a good thing now. There we go. No one will block me out if I block myself out instead. I do like Donald Trump's angle here, which is, hey, if I can't open the Strait of Hormuz, I'm going to be the one that takes credit for closing the Strait of Hormuz. It's like, good job, Don. Now you're responsible for collapsing the global economy. Yay. Truth says, remember Trump sticking it to other countries with his tariffs and now oil blockades. He's sticking it to the American working class people. Correct. Yes. American working class people are the ones eating the brunt of all this. Speaking of bootlicking simps, have you ever seen the video of Gunther Eagleman eat a banana with a spoon at Starbucks? Gunther Eagleman. Who is Gunther Eagleman? Gunther Eagleman. Oh my gosh, who is this guy? I mean, yeah, you can look him up. Oh, well, don't worry. It's the very first picture that pops up on the very first picture when I look this guy up is exactly the thing you're talking about, by the way. I literally Googled him, and then this picture was the first picture. So, yeah, that's weird. All right. That is an odd way to eat a banana. Okay. Very, Well, we talked a lot about that with MAGA Republicans earlier about what they got going in their private lives. So it wouldn't shock me if, All right. I stand with vomits. What are you drinking? Water. Just water. Just water in my red Solo cup. So the reason why I know it looks like alcohol in red Solo cups, it's not. It's because I'm at the old house in the old studio, and there's nothing in this house other than this studio. So we've got plastic silverware that I can do. It's just water. I'm not drinking anymore, man. Gave up drinking. Well, for now. I mean, who knows? But yeah, it's been about a month since I've had any booze, any real booze. We're doing pretty well. But yeah, just drinking water. And then whatever this is, Bloom Sparkling Energy, I guess. Yep. Shannon says, thanks for all you're doing, Nate. I can only take my current events with a side of humor these days. You've been a lifesaver. Benny Browse. Yeah, I try to do that. I mean, that's kind of my approach, is try to lace humor into talking about current events. I think it takes the edge off of how, serious and depressing everything is. You can have a little bit of humor in your approach. So try to do that. You know what I mean? Make you guys laugh as I talk about the world burning down. Tommy says, come on, no insider trading, guys. Barron isn't a billionaire yet. I do love Donald Trump telling his administration not to insider trade when he's setting up the insider trading. Okay. I think, here we go. I think it's pathetic you think your vote matters at all. We get played with the blue and red colors, and then we get bent over. We got played by Trump to exactly the opposite of what he ran on. Okay, man, then don't vote. What do you want me to say? If you don't think voting does anything, don't vote. Cool. I mean, I don't vote a lot of times too, but it's not for that reason. It's because you have to earn my vote. But yeah, cool. If you don't want to vote, don't vote. That's up to you. You can make your own choices. All right. Donna says, Trump saying he won't let Palestinians occupy a land of death, so he's going to own it and build on it. I'm so disturbed. Yeah, no, I mean, they're doing the massive real estate project, right? Jared Kushner's over there talking about the white sandy beaches. They're going to put a Trump tower, I'm sure, right on the beaches of Gaza. I am sure that is coming. I know it's coming. They're already talking about it. We've already seen the plans for it. So, yay. The 4D chess being played on us. 4-dimension chess. Hell yeah. Maybe Drinking says a single super tanker uses about 380 tons of fuel a day, approximately 97,000 gallons at $5 a gallon times 90 days is $43 million. I think it's cheap. Oh my God, dude. What? This is good math. Okay. I didn't know this, but I didn't even think about the gas it takes to actually get that tanker to the United States and back over 3 months. But to your point, yeah, great point. That tanker could pay $43 million to come to the United States or back, or it could pay $2 million to go through the toll. Good man. I like seeing data like that. It really exemplifies the problem with thinking that we're just gonna send everybody from Asia here, right? Smart stuff. That's good stuff, man. Thank you for that. Something I didn't even think about. That's a big part of that. Medio says, did you see Jair get knocked out of a completely winning fight this past weekend? Thanks for the content as always. I haven't got to watch the fights yet. I heard about it. I do like Jerry. He's had 4 title fights in a row, I think, though. And I don't think he's won any of them. Or did he win one? I don't remember. But I do like Jerry. But yeah, I haven't watched the fight yet. Didn't have a chance. I had date night with the wife. So I haven't got around to it. I am going to watch it, though. Everybody at my Muay Thai gym yesterday was talking about the fights, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. So I do need to watch them. Yes, Massachusetts between Beantown, Boston. Hell yeah, brother. For Munchkin, thank you. We'll pay for the Munchkin treats. Appreciate you. Also, are you sure your car can drive through that snow? You need to get some chains on that thing, man. All right. When do we stop taking this crap and take the United States back? It's got to get a lot worse. I keep telling people ask me that question. It's got to get a whole lot worse before the people of the United States are willing to do anything extreme like that, right? As long as they have iPhones, they ain't doing nothing, right? iPhones and full bellies and a place to live, yeah, and Netflix, right? As long as they got that, the majority, not everybody, not you guys, I'm just saying, the majority of Americans just don't care. They don't really care. What did Katie just say? When the famine hits, see, this is what we're talking about. Yes, when famine hits and people are starving to death, then yeah, you're going to see, and the power infrastructure goes out and things like that. Then you might see some actual movement towards that. But it's going to take some pretty serious level stuff, not just a bad economy. Wish could live in the delusion of the MAGA mindset, Sally Hover. I can't help but live in reality. I don't think, here's the thing. I don't think any, maybe some of them, like the really, really dumb ones that are tribalists, and that goes for the left and the right, that like just they'll believe anything that their dear leaders say. But I think most of them know deep down, and it's just, again, it's cognitive dissonance. It's like these are people that have been talking shit to Democrats and owning the libs, wearing their MAGA hats for 10 years, and it's just impossible for them to now go, I was wrong, and I'm not doing this anymore. So I think it's mainly just cognitive dissonance for most of these people at this point, because I don't know. It's just the opposite of everything that this dude ran on. Literally polar opposite. It's just almost like if you go down the line of all the things Trump ran on, he's literally just done the opposite. So you didn't vote for it. People say, this is what I voted for. No, you didn't. No, you didn't vote for that, because that's not what he campaigned on. So it's rough. It's rough, but it is what it is. More and more and more people are abandoning, though, in a hurry. Some of the people I've seen that have abandoned Trump. Let's see if I could pull one of these up. Do I still have this on my story? No, it's gone. Gone. There was one of these guys that's like one of the hardcore MAGA, always has his MAGA hat on, is always owning the libs. I saw a clip of him wearing an America First hat. That's his whole shtick, is MAGA. His whole internet shtick is being MAGA. And I saw him make a post yesterday or the day before coming out and saying that, some of you guys might know who I'm talking about. He's got a really big account, that he's no longer MAGA. It's just like, holy shit. That's one of the most loyal Trump loyalists I've ever seen. And even he has capitulated. So it's cooked. My audio's off by the end of the stream. It could just be lag. Happens. I can always do this as well. Hold on. All right. That'll fix that. It just might pick up some background noise now. Okay. Trump has spent the last year denigrating our allies and minimizing their contributions in the global war on terror. I'm actually glad they're telling him to kick rocks. Yeah, all of our allies are. Do you see value in voting third party? It's voting, to me, voting third party is it's a personal decision. No third party candidate's going to win. And so it's the same as not voting to me. It's just like, if you want to feel better about, like, hey, I'm going to support this person because I want my vote to go to somebody I like, then yeah. But I mean, as for, is voting third party going to ever win an election? Not really. Not at the presidential level, at least. Maybe in Congress or a couple of local elections, but at the presidential level, nah. They have 0% chance to win. So, but I would do it if there was no candidate I liked in the Democrat or Republican party, and there was a third party candidate I liked, then yeah, I'd probably vote for third party. But it's not going to do anything. Don't trust Tucker. Chat. He's saying some good stuff for sure, but he's as deep state as it gets. I mean, there's possibility in that, and that's why I said, you could vote for Tucker, and then we'd be just as disappointed a year and a half into that presidency, realizing he's the same as everybody else, right? So at this point, I don't trust any of them. I sent a $10 super chat that you missed. Fuzzy balls. Well, what did you say, brother? Because I didn't mean to miss them. Oh, here. No, I got that one. I saw your previous one. Well, I don't see it, bro. I see another $2 one you sent. Oh, here it is. Is it this one? Oh, okay. I did miss this one. My bad, bro. Fuzzball says, Nate, you have to watch this video from Tucker's channel from 2 months ago. Russia will nuke Germany and UK if Ukraine war continues, warns top Putin advisor. I mean, I'm not going to watch it right now. Tucker Carlson channel from Russia will. Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I would disagree with that. I would have disagreed with that at the moment that he said it, if he did say that. Russia doesn't need to nuke Ukraine. And if they did, then it would start World War III. So that wouldn't make any sense. Okay, let's get back to where we were. All right, that got me all screwed up, guys. Oh, okay, now I'm back. Like NoFX said, a political scientist gets the same one voter as some Arkansas inbred. Yep, I told you. Said that earlier. Aaron Love said it's awesome to 121 ships. Right. So I actually messaged Aaron after he posted that and had a little discussion with Aaron about how this actually does nothing. And so, we talked about it. I love Aaron, but didn't agree with him on that one. I walked him through what we walked through on the video earlier, and I'm pretty sure he went, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Great. We better get our stuff back out of Turkey before Trump flips off NATO for the last time. Keep the faith, Nate. Yeah, that'd be nice, huh? Hopefully we just don't go to war with Turkey, please. Can we just stop doing this? Just please stop doing this. The Green Weenie says, you hear about Italy agreeing to not renew their defense agreement with the great... I did hear about this today. Yep. Hopefully our other European countries will too. Third largest arms supplier to them. Spain has done this as well. Spain has also done this. So yeah, more and more. Ooh, actually, if you guys didn't know, the reason why JD Vance was in Europe, in Hungary, trying to get Orban reelected is because he was the only abstaining vote in the EU to try Netanyahu for war crimes. And now that he's gone, he doesn't have that protection in Europe anymore. So that's a huge blow to our greatest ally and obviously the Trump administration. So we might actually see something come from that now, which would be nice. Okay, let's keep moving. Real American Nomad says there's a video where they had a G dude say Trump quotes. Oh, I've used that guy before. He's so funny, dude. I had to guess which was. Spoiler alert, they were all Trump. Yeah, I used that in a prior episode. If you haven't seen that guy, all he does, he's this really flamboyant guy, and all he does is it's Trump's voice talking. It's not his own voice, but he just does imitation and like lip reads it as he does this flamboyant stuff, and you'll be like, oh shit, Trump is 100% a Lindsey Graham enthusiast for sure when you actually see it that way. I do know that. I don't remember his channel name, but he's super funny. Super funny. Trump being a H isn't really surprising considering how close he got to Roy Cohn back in the 80s during Trump's early business days. A lot of people have talked about that as well. Pizza and grape soda make. Okay, come on now. Kyle says, Nate, is it even worth trying to save the brainwashed boomers? Let me get through your comment before I think about that and give an answer to it. I've shown yours and other good content to the ones in my circle, and they say that's a good point, but as soon as I turn my back, they revert back to their ways and go full idiot. Not if they're your family members, not if they're your parents, because most likely they're not going to change. Although some will as they're presented new information, but the vast majority are not going to. The mainstream media they've been raised since they were little kids that whatever comes out of that mainstream media's TV, that is the gospel, that is truth. They have no idea what's going on in independent media. And if you try to explain these things to them, they're just like, again, they've been brainwashed for 50, 60 years into a lot of this stuff. So do not ruin your relationships. Excuse me. Do not ruin your personal relationships over politics is what I always tell people. It's not worth it because most likely you're not going to change someone's mind. And what I mean, and that's anybody in politics. People will switch sides. People will change their mind, but they do it on their own, right? They have to want to do it, and they have to be taking in new information. They're never going to be told, you need to believe this, and then they'll believe it. It's not how human beings operate. So trying to save them, I mean, I don't know. They're on their way out, homie. So it is what it is. But yeah, don't ruin your personal relationships over it if you can. Sometimes it can get frustrating, right? If you've got a parent that's hardcore MAGA and, super into Trump and thinks the Epstein files are fake. Trust me, I know what that's like. Even Nate, who has access to all this information and research, still has people in his own life that he deals with that. Okay. So, you just got to let them, do their thing. And what the best thing you can do is what you're doing, right? Be like, hey, you should listen to this guy's podcast. and they might find my podcast and they might think, hey, I like this guy. And they start watching me and they start going, oh, that's kind of a good point. That's kind of a good point. Right. And then maybe they find their way to watching someone else like me. And then over time, they slowly switch. So I think that's a good idea. But you yourself trying to talk them into things, that's never going to work. Okay. So, but anyway, it's my convoluted answer to that. And I love how you have the picture of Bubba right here, too. That's funny. Pretty sure Trump is patient 0 for TD. That's funny too. I'll fight for the Antichrist to martyr me first. Oh boy, you guys are funny tonight. Please do a live with Chris Cappy or Alex Jones. A live. I could hit up Chris. I know Chris wanted to do an episode on, I believe, Pepperbox, where we live reviewed actual combat footage. I haven't got around to it yet. And then Alex, that's a tough one. I've been on Alex's show like 5 times, right? Next time I'm in Austin, I'm gonna hit up Alex and see if he wants me to come on his in-person live show. But it's hard to coordinate, right? Because these guys have their own shows too. But we're working on cool guests. We've been having some cool guests on. Again, we got Professor Jang coming this Friday, so we're working on it. AJ says, Trump's recent post looks like my answers to open-ended questions on books I didn't read in high school and only read Cliff Notes for. Yeah. Rorschach says, always glad to catch the live stream. By the way, did you ever watch John Stone Gregory? You'll have a blast. No, I do not know who that is. John Stone Gregory. I'll type it in here for later, though. Type that in for later. And check it out. Oh, what's up, Stacy? Thank you for the giant donation. Stacy said, thanks for making me some kind of sense of this crazy world we're living in. People are crazy, and one of them is in charge. Yeah. That's not helping the situation, by the way. And has the very worst case of TDS. I cannot believe he is at 28%. I appreciate you. Yeah. I mean, it's rough out here. I mean, part of the problem with the Trump administration is, it's the way he surrounds himself with loyalists. So Trump doesn't have anybody, but maybe JD Vance, but JD Vance doesn't have a backbone to stand up to him. He doesn't have anybody that's just like, hey, sir, when he goes to post a picture of himself as Jesus Christ, like he doesn't have anybody around him that could be like, hey, sir, like, don't fucking do that. Don't do that. That's dumb. You're going to get tons of backlash for that. Like that little amount. Or like, hey, sir, don't attack the Pope on True Social. Like, that's not going to go well for you. Or like, hey, sir, don't praise the law on Easter and then drop F-bombs. Like, don't do that. Like, there's no backstops. There's no checks and balances to his behavior at all. He's just fucking flying by the seat of his pants, and everyone around him is too terrified to, and not only that, they're actually sitting there like encouraging him, telling him, everyone loves you, sir. You're the Messiah. You're the second coming of Christ. This is what they're telling him. And so that's why he posts images like that, because he's like, all my advisors say I'm Jesus. And then he posts it and realizes he gets the most insane backlash ever, and then has to delete it and then lie about it, saying he's a doctor. Right? Because he's just surrounded by loyalists, and they don't have the balls to stand up to him. And the thing is, anybody who does stand up to him, Joe Kent, for example, he immediately turns on. So they've learned if we stand up to him, we lose our job. So it's his own fault, right? As a lead, it's poor leadership. He has no idea how to be a leader. Any good leader wants a contrarian with them, like that's always there. They want that guy. In the military, all of you in the military, you know this. You want that contrarian that can tell the commander, like, hey, sir, that's fucking dumb. We're not doing that. You need that guy. You might not like that guy all the time because he's going to tell you some of your ideas are bad, but you need that guy around you. That's real leadership. And he's not a real leader, right? He has no idea how to be a leader. That's obvious. So, but anyway, thank you very much, Stacy. Ken, thank you. Ryan says, didn't Trump convert to Judaism in 2017, I believe. 2017 or 2018. And it got buried immediately. Yeah, I believe that was in 2017 or 2018. But yes, as far as we know, yes. Which is why he did not put his hand on the Bible on his inauguration in the last election. So, just so you know. Roy Cohen, Pop Trump's cherry. Also, great looking cat, by the way. And from Australia, we love that. I don't want to think about that because that makes me want to vomit in my mouth thinking about that, but it is funny. Coach, thank you. Rogue says, I'll die for honor to be. Jesus Christ, guys. Over the top. All right. Real American Nomad says Trump couldn't get the illegals out, so he chose the Jeff Goldblum Independence Day movie route. Jesus. Just make USA so bad they don't want to come. Isn't that a South Park episode too? Do you remember? Have you guys seen that South Park episode when all of the Mexican immigrants go back home because Mexico's actually nicer than the United States because the United States is so bad under Trump? They did an entire episode on that back in the day. We're living it now, which is hilarious. Although Mexico's not much better because God, they got a lot of problems right now too, huh? The cartels burning down cities. But anyway, the thing is the problem is biblically the Antichrist is like very charismatic, very good looking, and Trump doesn't actually meet the description of the Antichrist at all because of that, because he's morbidly obese and disgusting. So, and he's got no personal skills at all. So it actually doesn't work for the description of that. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Pope Leo is the saint. Trump is a heretic fool. True. I agree with you on that one. AJ says Trump is not playing with a full deck. He's playing poker with the Joker and some Uno cards. Yeah. What the actual F? Oh my gosh, look at this cat. That's a good looking cat right there. Watch the documentary, The Brainwashing of My Dad, free here. There's a lot of deprogramming advice for MAGA zombies. That's a real thing. Is this a real thing? I bet there is a documentary on that. There you go, guys. So look that up. I haven't seen it, but it sounds interesting. We are the Christ, not the Antichrist. We're better off with the King and the Magna Carta. God, guys. Trump eats corn the long way, and if he could ride a bicycle, the bike would be seatless. Yeah, he eats it for the wait, what do they say about that joke? He eats it for the feeling, not the taste. All right. Let's not do that. That's too much. All right. I mean, you put this one about 20 times on me, but appreciate it. Oh my God, dude. I haven't heard that one, but oh my gosh. Okay. I can't even read some of these. Nate, what are the chews you're using? They're actually just caffeine dips. Alpha caffeine dips. I'm not sponsored by them at all, guys. This is the stuff I use. Alpha caffeine. They're like Zens, but they have caffeine instead of nicotine. So I dipped for like 20 years, dipped and smoked. And then I quit the day I retired. And these have been a lifesaver for me because they're just like Zens. And I get like it's like having a Zen in, but it's caffeine. It's not nicotine. So if you're someone who's trying to quit nicotine and trying to quit Zen, I would highly suggest you try the alpha caffeine dips because it's the only reason I was able to quit. So again, not sponsored at all. They're just alpha. It's alpha nootropic pouches, fully loaded alpha. You see that? Again, not sponsored. This is just what I use. This is my favorite ones. I've tried all the different brands, and this is my favorite. The wintergreen ones are my favorite. So they sell them on Amazon, right? Okay. Is Benny Johnson the worst? No. No, Benny's not the worst. He's not the worst at all. Benny will fence it a little bit here and there every once in a while. Benny's one of those that if like he could ever drop the shill routine, of course, I think he's getting paid by the administration to do it. So there's that, but, he's one that could be fine. He's like a Matt Walsh to me. I give Benny a hard time because he's funny to make fun of with all of his controversies, but, no, Benny's not nowhere near the worst. The Ben Shapiro's, Officer Tatum, those are way worse. Way worse, in my opinion. Benny, I don't think Benny's that bad. Not a fan, obviously, because he's a shill at the moment, but he's nowhere near as bad as the rest, in my opinion. Or Laura Loomer, right? Living blow up to all that face. Trump dementia syndrome. Okay, I hadn't thought of that one. That's funny. Trump has TDS for sure, huh? Larry Loomer knows a thing or two about knife handing her front. Oh, okay. All right, guys. All right. Okay, I can't read this one either. Okay. Jesus, guys. Hardway says the race is not always the swiftest nor the battle to the strongest, but that's where my money's going every single time. Firm rule. I like that. Scorch says the problem with fence sitting is that eventually you wind up impaled. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's some pretty like Tim Pool and Megyn Kelly are like the two biggest fence sitters. Like they whichever way the wind blows, whether they're anti-Trump or pro-Trump or anti-MAGA or pro-Trump, pro-MAGA, shifts with the wind. Classic fence sitters, which I don't mind the fence sitters nearly as bad because at least they're willing to, look at things and actually criticize something. Like Megyn Kelly is very, very critical of the war in Iran, very, very critical of Donald Trump right now. And I'm, as much as there's some things that she says where I think are disgusting, there's times where at least she can like have the right take sometimes, right? That's a lot better than the ones, the second Ben Shapiro's, right, that are just immediately going to have the worst takes ever. We got JD in the house. I see everybody talking about JD. Where's he at? Where's JD in here? Oh, actually, JD, we are. We've been talking about a lot of closeted Republicans tonight. JD, did you see Mike Pence's photos from back in the day? I'm sure you have. But yes, we are actually doing that tonight, JD. Good question. Turns out, yes. Even Tucker wants to take Gold Yeller. Gold Yeller. I didn't get the joke at first. Now I get it. Yeah. Okay. That's funny. I can't explain that one because, but that was a funny joke. Rick says, hey, brother, get some honey made from bees in your local area. 1 teaspoon a day works better than most allergy meds when the pollen bothers you. I should probably start doing that then. Dude, Benadryl, been on Benadryl and everything the last couple of days. It's been brutal recently. Springtime in Oregon can be pretty rough if you've got, pollen allergies or anything like that. I don't have them that bad, but I mean, everybody sort of has problems with it around here. Of course, it's the heretics. Pence from Paul. All right, JD, to my point, what we're talking about tonight, as you can see here, a lot of these I can't even read. They're funny, but I can't read some of these. Bricks Cucks Unite. Okay. Like Coach Collins says, hoodwinked, but no more. Yeah. We like Coach on this channel. Gambot says Trump needs more money when he's 80. He's got less than 5 years left. I think he got less than that left, man. Morbidly obese and almost 80 years old, eats McDonald's for every meal. I don't know how he's still kicking. It blows my mind that he's even still going. Chris says, would like to hear thoughts after watching Matt Kester's work on YouTube. Several videos worth review Matt Kester's work. That's another one I'll look up. I don't know who that is off the top of my knowledge. But I'll take a look. Wait, hold on. No, I don't recognize him. But I'll take a look afterwards. Thank you, brother. Can't do it right now. We got to keep moving. Who's the worst theater kid? Benny, aka your complete tool, or Ben Shapiro? Again, not Benny Johnson. I think Officer Tatum is my number one. He's just the absolute worst, in my opinion. Biggest fucking shill there is. At least with Ben Shapiro, like Ben Shapiro, you know why he's got the takes that he's got, right? Like it's obvious he's got ulterior motives. But yeah, Tatum's the absolute worst, in my opinion. I don't think it gets any worse than that, dude. Personally, my personal opinion. Benny Johnson's nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. Again, I really don't mind Benny Johnson. I just think he's fun to make fun And he can make fun of me back. I don't care. Like, that's the other thing is, if you can be funny, then like riz me back, dude. I can take a joke. Katie says, I bet Pence called up Lady G to borrow his bubble wand. Unfortunately, as a former ER nurse. Oh, no. I know where that wand ended up. Yeah, I've heard this. I've heard from some of my buddies that I had a buddy that was an ER surgeon for a long time. And he's told me some stories about how often this is a problem. Katie, how often people show up with, things up there that you'd be shocked at how they got there. Right? Thank you, Katie. Appreciate you. Scorch says this Friday, Professor Zhang versus Dr. Wang. Oh, yeah. If we could get Dr. Wang to show up in the chat for that one. Yeah. Professor versus Professor versus Doctor. Okay. No, it's going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to the conversation with Mr. Professor Zhang on that one. We'll talk. I'm gonna pick his brain a little bit on the China-Taiwan topic as well. See how he feels about it. Since I have a lot of knowledge on that, and he obviously will too. So should be an interesting conversation for sure. Hey, Nate, did you look up Albert Pike's plan for 3 world wars? The father of Freemasonry thank you for everything you do, brother from Arizona. I have not, man. Have not. Albert Pike's plan for 3 world wars. I have not, no. Dude, you know what I found out, though? From my mom is that my great-grandfather on my mom's side, my mom's grandpa was a really well-known eye surgeon at the time. And I didn't know that he was deep in Freemasonry. So much so my mom was telling me, she was like, yeah, I was part of the Freemasons flower girls or whatever the hell they have when she was a kid. So didn't know that my family, I never met him. It's my mom's grandpa, but I guess was real deep in Freemasonry. So we got that family lineage. I didn't learn anything about it, but I remember because I was talking to I found this out because I was talking to my mom randomly about the Illuminati one time. And she was like, oh yeah, grandpa was a Freemason. I was like, what? She's like, oh yeah. I was like, oh, okay. Well, okay. Didn't pass on me anything cool though. I didn't get any money out of it or anything. They're supposed to be rich, right? And have all the power. That didn't fucking funnel down to me. All right, let's keep moving. Excuse me. Nate, you have to listen to Midnight Oil's song called Read About It. Pretty much sums up what's going on in the world today, written in 1982. All right, hold on. I'll write these things down so I can look at them later. All right. Can't do it while I'm live. It'd take too much time. Thank you. I'll check it out. Got your America First hoodie. Solid purchase. Hell yeah. We got great merch, man. High quality stuff. We get really good quality stuff. So if you buy our merch, it's not cheap. Even the hats are really nice. Like leather, leather patchwork and different stuff like that. And the hoodies are good quality. The shirts are good quality. Everything's really good quality. So, okay, let's keep moving. Vinyl says, have you seen GDF's channel series on AIPAC? It's the most well-depth, well-cited info on a Grace ally I have seen. Congress reaction to the U.S. list of liberty. Started watching it. Yeah, I actually did started watching it. I haven't watched the whole thing yet, though. But I have started watching it. Yeah. I'm surprised he doesn't get his channel taken down for now. We'll handle AIPAC like we handled Swalwell. Yeah, we didn't talk about that today because I didn't even want to talk about it because I have a strike on my account for making fun of Kash Patel for his Spider Cash stuff. So I figure I got to stay away from some of the topics a little bit for a while because, YouTube popped me for nothing. So we got to be a little bit careful on certain topics. Yep. You voted for the Easter Bunny, and now you're upset the Easter Bunny isn't real. I didn't vote for the Easter Bunny. I don't have to worry about that. None of the 3 times. Thank God. Thank God. I can say that. Whew. Got lucky there. Donna says, I signed up for True Social for shits and giggles, and I got banned. And I got banned for posting literal document facts on POTUS posts. Yeah, I bet he's over there. I bet they keep it real well monitored over on that one, right? Yeah, that's funny, though. That's like getting blocked by Dan Bongino. That's just that's just a compliment to you. All right, Mountain Dew ramen. Oof, that's a nasty mix. As much as I like Sanders, he has less spine than the Pauls. He wouldn't have the gall to stand up his own party's corruption. That's true. That's true. The one thing about Bernie where I lost a lot of respect for Bernie was when he endorsed Hillary Clinton after the DNC fucked him. I understand why he did it, right? Is because he felt like it would be better for Hillary to win than Trump, even though they screwed him. But I never liked that about it. I always thought, hey, dude, you got to have a spine. They literally fucked you over. And for him to endorse Hillary after that, that wasn't cool. But I mean, I get it. I get why he did it. But I thought that was kind of scummy. Not scummy, but like to your point, not a real big spine on him for that one. But it is what it is. Republicans and Democrats are like Kristi Noem's husband. They're the same person. They just dress and drag. Oh, it's funny because it's true. All the jokes, every joke is typically, huh? All right. Some people see blasphemy, but I have used my Q powers to see the Eric Cartman inside Trump saying, said, right now, all this is coming out of your body. Thank you, dear leader, healer. Oh, boy. All right. Not arguing. Keep in mind, Mamdani has 48% in a 95% Democrat area. No, New York City is not 95% Democrat. Adams had 61% at this point. It's like asking Trump's approval in Florida trailer park. Yeah, no, New York City is not 95.5. Or Siwa wouldn't have gotten as many votes as he got, nor would have Cuomo. So that's not true. Unless you're being purposefully super over dramatic and exaggerative, but that's not a good way to make a point with statistics. Blue-eyed Hillbilly says you were talking about looking into Catholicism or Orthodox. I am. Yep. Get the book Rome Sweet Home by Scott Hahn. I got confirmed Easter 2024. Lifelong Protestant. Interesting. Okay, let me look that up. Rome Sweet Home. I will look into that. I will. I don't know which way I'm going to go. I'm doing my research right now. I'm definitely will not stay Protestant though. I'm either going to go the route of Orthodox or Catholicism for sure at this point. Idiot says the entire administration can be best described as a guaranteed disaster, like eating a oh, God. Okay. Genghis says MFK. Here we go. Oh, you did it yourself. Wait, AOC. Wait, hold on. You didn't give us options here. Yeah, I don't know. I only see AOC there. You got to ask me the question, man. Otherwise, it's too confusing. Okay. Google says we have sent $318 billion to Israel, our greatest ally since World War II. It's more than that. This is just in military aid. This isn't even in U.S. aid. So just so you know, this number is way, way, way under what it actually is. But yes. And then Egypt is number 2, by the way. Did you know that? They have free healthcare and free college. They do. And did you know Egypt also has gotten like $200-300 billion from the United States? Now, why might that be? Because we pay them off to leave our greatest ally alone. So it actually costs us about double. It's the worst. It is the worst. Yeah, and then there's that. Somebody just left a really good comment there about the global war on terror. That was an extra 10 million. Yeah, where was it? Where was this? That too. That's something we also don't talk enough about. So, yeah. Great show, Nate. Oh, here we go. F. Mary Unalive, AOC, Kamala, Mace. Is this Nancy Mace? I'm assuming. Is this who you're talking about? Right? Isn't that who that is? All right. I think that's who you mean. Okay. Oh, this is easy. So, out of the 3 of these, the only one I'm willing to marry and have to live with on a day-to-day basis is going to be AOC. I'm going to yeah, definitely marrying AOC. That's the easiest one. And then I'm gonna I'm going to have to F Mace, and unfortunately, Kamala's got to go. Sorry. That's the way it goes. That could have been a toss-up. Those last two could have been a toss-up. But I don't know. Maybe, actually, you know what? I think I might go the other way. I think I might go marry AOC, F Kamala, and get rid of Mace. Sorry. That's the way it goes. I don't know. It could go either way, but that's what I'm going with. AOC is the easy choice here. Let's just leave it at that. That's a tough one. Okay. Hey, Nate, do you think the U.S. will launch a preemptive ground war in Yemen? Well, we have been bombing Yemen and bombing the Houthis for a year and a half, so possibility. I would say no, unless they close the Strait of Mandab, and then we might see something like that. But have you checked on your boy Aaron Trump cucking? I make fun of him every single time he does it. Literally every single time he does it. I could show you guys. I haven't showed anybody else this, but I'll show you some pictures that I constantly send him. You guys want to see some photos? I make AI photos of him and send them. Nah, I can't show you. I can't show you guys because somebody will clip it and then they'll post it and they'll make fun of it. But yeah, I make AI photos of him and Trump and Netanyahu together all the time and send them to him. And they're super funny, but I love Aaron. I love Aaron to death, man. But Aaron's not hardcore pro-Trump. He's definitely a hardcore pro-Republican. We can't budge him off that, but he's actually pretty America first overall. But Aaron's the man, dude. I love Aaron. So I like to, I give Aaron all the shit in the world, but he's one of my favorite people. So there's that. Okay, let's keep moving. Who or which one gives me the lumberjack beard? I don't know. You got the gaming channel up yet? No, man. We are going to do it again right now. Moving. I'm still building out the podcast studio. We're almost done with the studio. I'm getting HVAC put in because I need to have. There was no heat or power because it's a different building on the property. We go to get the HVAC put in because everything's renovated and find out that there is only like one. I'm not an electrician. I don't know a lot about it, but there's only like one power source into the building, which means like it wouldn't even be able to power an HVAC unit. So now we have to have an electrician come out and run a bunch of extra power to the building before we can have HVAC come out. And they're also digging internet lines out to the building right now. So we got a lot going on. As I try to get us to the new studio and get everything set up. But this is the way it goes. You guys know how it goes. Anytime you're like trying to do something, there's always a problem, right? So that's been what we've been dealing with. Service lines, yeah, we're getting all that put in there. So yeah, super busy with that right now. We'll get there eventually. Once we're all settled in. And then I'm still renovating out the gym and the combatives gym at the house because we're going to be doing a bunch of content on Patreon for fitness and combatives and different stuff like that. I'm building a 100-meter gun range on the property. Still got to do that. So plus keeping content coming to you guys. So we're I guess all of that is for content, right? So got to get that done first before we look at the gaming channel. The Green Weenie says Iranian Jews are known as Parsim. It's Hebrew term for Persia. They're classified as a Mizrahi, which means Eastern, includes Iraqis, Kurds, and Afghani Jews. Interesting. Yeah, I know Iran is super diverse ethnically and religiously. A lot of people don't know that. Super diverse. Talarico 2028. I used to like him. I'm not a fan anymore. Ever since he was asked what he was most passionate about, and he said trans children, I said, nah, dog. That ain't it for me. So he lost me. I don't support that dude at all anymore, which is too bad because I liked a lot of the stuff he said. But as soon as you go down that road, I'm out, right? If you try to go down that road with the Democrats, I'm out. Stay away from the kids. Sorry, dude. Stay away from the fucking kids. So that's an automatic. I won't support you if you say some shit like that. That's a big problem with, like, again, a lot of reasons why people. Yeah, we showed it on the channel actually on a Tuesday show. This was maybe a month or so ago. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's one of those things. Like, people are like, "Well, you left the Republican Party, weren't you a Democrat?" Well, unfortunately, the Democrat Party has crazy shit like that I just cannot. I have no interest in being a part of, right? So that's why we're stuck here in the middle with you, as they say, as an independent. What would you do to tackle the out-of-control debt? Raise taxes, raise minimum wage, decrease military spending. Obviously, all unpopular. Decrease military spending. Obviously, I would shut down probably half of the military bases around the world, because we don't need 250 fucking military bases around the world. We don't need to be the world's police. That would be a huge portion of it. Raise taxes. No, I would actually change the tax code to be a flat rate tax. It most likely would be a federal sales tax at about maybe 8 to 10%, which means everyone would pay, well, lower middle class would pay less taxes, but billionaires and millionaires would pay way more in taxes. But it would just be fair based off of a sales tax. So if you spend millions of dollars, you're going to pay more in taxes than the person who only makes $40,000 a year. So that would be a way to increase the payment from taxes while actually not affecting the American working class people as much. We have to get away from printing currency. I know that's another one that's just absolutely, like, we have to eat the repercussions of our actions of fiat currency by not printing any more of it. And that's going to be pretty painful. So it would take a lot of pain to do it. But also just the frivolous spending across the government as a whole, as a conservative, like there were so many things I would abolish. And again, I would abolish the IRS immediately, because you don't need the IRS if it's one flat rate tax, right? Flat rate sales tax on goods. So that way you don't even have to worry about Americans paying the taxes. Just automatically is paid. You don't need the IRS, you get rid of that. You don't need the ATF, you get rid of that. You don't need the FBI, you get rid of that. You really don't need the CIA anymore, you get rid of that. I mean, you can whop off hundreds of billions of trillions of dollars a year just through that type of stuff. Because again, that's all bloated bureaucracy, all of it. Government's just so bloated, and you can get rid of all that and be just fine. So, yeah, I think that's an easy way to do a lot of those things. But will we do it? No. But yeah, we could abolish the vast majority of the 3-letter agencies. Agree with that. But again, I think the biggest one for taxes, I don't know why anybody doesn't want to talk about this. The IRS, why do we need to spend $100 billion on the IRS, right? Like, why? Let's make a 10% federal sales tax. It's more fair for literally everyone. And again, the billionaires won't like it, right? Because if they buy that $500 million yacht, they got to pay $50 million in taxes, and they don't want to do that. But I think that's the fairest way to do it, right? It's way better for the working class people. It's way better for poor people. It's way better for middle class people. And it's still fair for rich people, because it's not going to affect them that much. So yeah, I would like that. I don't know how you guys feel about that for a tax plan. You'd pay less in taxes, most likely, unless you made over probably, $5 million a year. So, but that's probably why it'll never happen. Because it would be good for the American working class people. And if it's good for the American working class people, politicians don't want any part of it. You know what I mean, guys? Okay, let's keep moving. Opinion on comedian Vinny Oshana from the Patrick Bet David podcast, claiming he was in Iraq kicking down doors. Dude was an Air Force MP, never deployed, allegedly. Stolen valor, I'm sure. I don't know who he is. I didn't see. Oh, Vinny on the PBD. Oh, wait, what? He says that he was kicking down doors in Iraq as an Air Force MP. No. There's no Air Force MPs that have kicked down any doors. So not downrange, at least. No, that's silly. I'm assuming he was Air Force Security Forces. Those are the guys that guard the gates of the bases downrange. They don't go out and do any tactical type stuff. Okay. Yeah. AJ, barracks doors, maybe, right? Yeah. Barracks doors. But no, those guys are guarding gates. While people like me come in and out of the gates to go do real shit. So, we're not just me, but combat, actual, infantrymen, Green Berets, SEALs, etc., Marines, etc. Combat arms. Let's keep moving here. He wants to be remembered, doesn't care if it's good or bad. Ooh, interesting take. I think he's got an ego. He wants to be remembered as the best, but you might be right. Thank you for the super sticker, Annie. Appreciate you. Donna says, I think he's doing it on purpose because he's going to take Gaza, and him and Bibi are going to start their own country. It's USA week. Jesus, who knows? Maybe. I mean, they got the real estate plan for it. So there's at least that. I do think he's going to try to put a Trump Towers, and I 100% think they're going to try to put a Trump Tower in Gaza. I think we could definitely expect that to happen for sure. Scotty, thank you for the big $50 donation, brother. Says, hey, Nate, congratulations on the new home and studio. Thank you. Shooting a documentary right now, but wanted to stop in and show some love to you and the VHT crew. Nothing but love, brother. Well, I appreciate you, Scotty. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's going pretty well. Still dealing with still dealing with stuff like this. So the fiber optic internet that we had to get dug into because there was no internet, but it was really shitty, like T-Mobile internet out there. And obviously we need good internet. So had to have the company that does fiber optic put the fiber optic lines in. And while they were doing that, we have a gate, that opens and closes to get onto the property. And some of the lines had to go through there. And he thought it would be a good idea while he was working on the area of the gate to open the gate, park his truck where the gate closes, got out, started working, the gate closed, and smashed his truck and then smashed our gate in. So now we have to have the entire gate replaced. Well, they have to pay for it, but it's just like, yay, fucking just like another thing that we got to deal with. So that was nice. Super nice guy. I mean, they're out there doing the job, but it's just like, God damn it, dude. Yeah, because the gate's like aluminum, right? So as it closed in, it just smashed in the sides of the gate. It's just fucking right. So yeah, there's a lot to deal with right now. We're working our way through it. But thank you, brother. Thank you, Scotty. I appreciate you, man. Good luck on your documentary, by the way. All right, Jimmy says Trump strategy, intentional or not, create global chaos, then return a solution. He's known for this: create a problem and then solve his own problem that he created. That's like Trump's MO. Peace removals leverage, chaos benefits the United States, power positioning. Chaos doesn't benefit the United States. Actually, we're seeing that right now. Chaos is we have no idea how to deal with flying drones and ballistic missiles. Chaotic as fuck. And it's absolutely skull fucking the United States and our military. So not the greatest. No, America deals in constants, conventional military. That is what we are good at. Unconventional warfare and asymmetric warfare is chaos, subversion, guerrilla warfare, sabotage. Those are all chaotic things, right? That's not what we're the best at, unfortunately. That's why we didn't win in Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, or Syria. So, yeah. But, is what it is. All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Gerhard, $50 donation. Thank you for the generosity. Nate, hope you've been well, brother. Not on your lives all the time, but try to jump in and let you know I'm still here. Appreciate all the shit you call out both sides, along with calling out baby hats. Long live the infantry. Long live the infantry is right. Appreciate you, brother. All good, man. Appreciate when you can make it when you can. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well, man. Thank you very much, by the way. All right. Great show, Nate. So based on MAGA's logic, if high prices are good for us, high prices are good now. I know. We've all seen that one. Then why was old man Joe the bad guy? Oh, good point. Are we effing dreaming, or is this a reality? That is a good point. Yeah. So high prices are good. You would think that we would have thought, high inflation and high gas prices and during COVID was good too. But that's called being a hypocrite. Not you. MAGA, obviously. The Blake Grimes says, voting is mainly a cathartic social practice. That's kind of true. This country is controlled by an Israeli monitored lizard in the sky. Jokes, kind of. Yeah, that's obviously a joke in your second part, but in a lot of cases, your first sentence is actually kind of true, right? The uniparty, we get two options. They're both usually terrible. They're both usually exactly the same. And you get the illusion. It's the illusion of choice, right? That's the entire point of the two-party system, is the illusion of choice. So that's very truth. That's just the way it is. Very rarely do we get a real candidate. We haven't had a real non-controlled presidential candidate since JFK. It's been a long time. And he was killed in 1963? It's been 63 years since we had a real president? Yep. Is what it is, I guess. Create a problem. 100% create a problem, solution, profit for 1%. Yep. Big Ricky says, I'm a trucker. They call him flip-flops for a reason. He did until he didn't. All right, all right. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Papa Kenny's Workshop says, Nate, thank you for your service. Love your content from West Warwick, Rhode Island. Well, appreciate you. Thanks for being here, bro. Nate, I'm going to the board soon. Time to hit E5, baby. Hell yeah. Congrats, brother. That's a big one, man. Becoming an NCO in the military, especially the Army, and especially if you're in combat arms, is a huge deal. I remember how awesome it was for me. I got it when I graduated the Special Forces qualification course. I became an E5 then. So very, very cool, man. Becoming an NCO is a big deal. It's a big step up, right? You go from being a grunt to a leader. Now you're a low-level leader, right? But you are now a leader. So enjoy that, man. That's a big step up in the military. Always cool to see. Congrats. And then you just got to grind towards E6, E7, and just keep going. You know what I'm saying? But that is a big one. Goof Troop says, Nate, do you think it's worth trying to join special forces with current state of the world? Yes. If you're in the military, especially, hell yeah. Why would you not? It's one of the best jobs in the military. And just in general, it's still an amazing, like, even if, like, there's tons of Green Berets, by the way, in Army Special Forces that have never been to war, right? That's no guarantee that you're going to go to combat, but the skill set you're going to get from it, you're not going to get anywhere else in the entire world, right? So, especially as a Green Beret, we have one of the most unique skill sets you're possibly going to find. So, yeah, if you want to, if you're in the military, then 100%, and if you're not in the military, then that's up to you. But I always tell people that if you want to do it, then do it, because it's an awesome job. It's one of the most fun jobs in the world too. It's brutal, absolutely brutal, physically brutal, emotionally brutal, but it's also, the payoff is enormous as well. So Brave Legend says, explain MAGA view. Iran equal jihadist essential threat, so the United States should act preemptively via our greatest ally to stop nukes. We have no choice. We have to back our greatest ally because they'll never be safe from Iran. Correct. Iran has been threatening us for 47 years. 47 years of imminent danger. Oh, it's silly. It's silly. Silly propaganda. But it is what it is, right? You know? Now, I'm not saying Iran is our ally by any means. I'm just saying the idea that Iran is the greatest threat in the world to the United States has always been stupid. It's always been stupid. It's always been our greatest ally propaganda, right? So, Pim says, to the comment about oil tanker fuel usage, they will get it at wholesale price, cheaper, but still no doubt expensive. Yeah, so it'd be a little bit cheaper, but it would still probably be what, $35 million instead of $43 million, comparatively to just paying the toll. So I don't think it changes much there. Vincent says, was OPFOR recently, hit under a crashed helicopter, got a notional grenade, pine corn, into an up-armored Humvee through turret hatch during STX lane. It was a good time. Were you at NTC or JRTC or anything like that? Because NTC can get wild, man. It's the worst. JRTC, god damn it, dude. Fort Polk. I don't know if any of you ever been stationed at Fort Polk or done JRTC or NTC. I'm sure there's plenty of Army boys in here that have done both, but my God, as much as as fun as those exercises can be, God, they're also the worst. Especially JRTC. God, I hate Fort Polk. Fuck. Probably my least favorite military base I've ever had to be at. Never was stationed there. I just had to do JRTC a few times. Yeah, right, dude. Dude, NTC is I think probably the worst between the two. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's some fun parts, but God, dude, it's also shitty. Real shitty a lot of the time too. And for everybody that doesn't know, NTC and JRTC are big these giant training sort of simulations we do, that it's like us versus Russia or us versus China, and like you have all sorts of different units, the infantry, and everybody's out there, special forces, they're all involved in a giant sort of role-playing exercise, just for a idea of what they're doing. What they're doing, what I mean by NTC, JRTC. Let's see. Where did I miss this? Did I get this one? I don't think it. Wait, what happened here? Where did that last one go? Oh, here we go. We're good. Being around MAGA is like being in a pool full of people who are pissing in the pool, and when they say something, they yell at you for not pissing too. Yeah, kinda. Except at this point, they're shitting in the pool. I think we're past the point of pissing in the pool. So there's that. TDS has evolved to TDSS. Trump dissuckers syndrome. All right. Let's relax, everybody. Roy says, hey, Sarn, U.S. Army PFC Park Sejun sustained a gunshot wound during an just cause in 1989 Purple Heart. Last year, he was deported back to Korea by ICE. I heard about that. Yep, I saw this one. This one grosses me out too, man. Yeah, we did have a Purple Heart recipient deported back to Korea. I did see that story. Cool. Thanks, guys. That's who we need to be going after for sure. Yeah. Gross. What up, Green Beret brother? Hooah. What's up, brother? What up? Victor says, do you think Trump will be nice enough to give the world? Okay. Walter says, Nate, been watching your videos for about 2 months, became a member tonight. I got a burning question. Who is the worst theater kid? We need a poll. Okay, well, I gave you my opinion. I think it's Tatum, personally, but I like the idea. Let's take it to a vote. All right. Worst theater kid. Oh, I forgot about Bongino. That shakes everything up. Okay. I forgot about Bongino. Okay, we got to put him in here. Tatum for sure. Shapiro for sure. Who's our fourth option going to be? Let's put Benny in there. Benny Johnson is the fourth. And let's go with that. There we go. You guys can decide for yourselves. The worst MAGA theater kid out of the four. All right. You guys can vote on that. Okay. East Coast, thank you very much. No comment. D-Money says, badass name, badass intro song, badass message, logical insight. Keep it up, sir. You mentioned you first-person shoot. Thoughts on War Dogs, All Out Warframe coming, if you've seen the trailer. I haven't ever played Warframe, so no, I haven't seen the trailer for it. I played Apex Legends almost exclusively for, how long? Like 7 years. So I haven't started any other games yet. What else did I play for a while? I played Marvel Rivals for a while. I played a lot of Overwatch as well in my time, but not playing anything right now. But I'll check it out. I am looking for a new FPS to play. Apex is kind of cooked at this point. Let's keep moving. My super chat wasn't read. I try to go down one by one. I'm sorry if I missed it, man. Sorry if I missed it. Don't mean to miss them. I try to go one by one if I did. I'll look back through it here in a second when we get to the bottom. JD says, Benny, minus 10,000 subs Shapiro, minus 20,000 subs Tatum, minus 0 subs in the last 30 days. LMFAO. Wow. All right, so what JD is saying here is he can go and look at the actual YouTube metrics on channels. So what he's saying is Benny has lost, or he's saying Tatum has lost 0 subs? Or he's minus 0 subs in the last 3 days. So he's gained none. So Benny has lost 10,000 subs. Shapiro has lost 20,000 subs. And Tatum has gained 0 subs. Wow. Ouch. Oh, and yeah, I'm at plus 27,000 subs in the last month. So, and that is objectively correct. So JD's pulling those numbers from the actual YouTube data. Thanks for telling everybody, JD. God, I wasn't going to say anything, but you can show the differences of what's happening on these channels. Obviously, pretty big differences there. Yeah, rough. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, JD. If we could ever get the podcast studio finished, JD's going to be the first guest, of course, on the in-person podcast because he lives down the street and he's my boy. We got to get it finished though. Yeah, we're gaining in on 500,000, which is pretty crazy because our YouTube channel is only about it's about two and a half years old now. 2.5 years old. Here we go. Let's keep moving. Why are Republicans so afraid of coming out? It's 2026 and no one cares anymore. I know, but they do. The evangelicals, right? The evangelicals do care. And so it's a lot harder for them to do. That's why in Democrat Party, nobody cares, right? you're gay in the Democrat Party, like whatever. That's a non-starter for a problem politically, but for evangelicals, it's a big problem. And so that's why so many of them are closeted, which is sad. It's like, just be yourself, dude. Let that freak flag fly. Nobody cares. I personally don't care. I'm super social libertarian. I couldn't care at all. As long as you stay away from the kids. As long as you stay away from the fucking kids. I don't care what you do with your life and what you do in the confines of your own home, as long as it's not hurting anyone, it's not negatively affecting anyone or society. You do you. You do you. Couldn't care less. All right. Annie says, love your podcast, love your honesty. Just curious, the tattoo on your left arm, who is it? Reminds me of Moses. It's Zeus. It's a cover-up. So we just did what we could for that one. I am probably going to get, I don't know what I want to do. Maybe the Greek pantheon. I really like, really into mythology. Okay. Whether it be, Viking, whether it be, or Norse, I guess I would say. Norse, Roman, Greek. I love mythology. So I think probably doing that with I already have one full leg sleeve, but on my other leg, I might do like a pantheon sleeve because I really like mythology. Always been a big fan. Fantasy and mythology. So Thor, yeah, well, we'll definitely get Thor. Thor will be in there. Let's keep moving. Would we still be the empire we are now in the next 20 years? No, we won't be. We're not now. We're not the empire we were 20 years ago, by the way. Or is this it? Has the downfall begun? Is irreversible? Are we done? Yeah, you can't reverse the fall of an empire. And yeah, we're already in the falling stages. We're in stage 6 of 7 in the fall of empires. If you've ever seen the 7 stages of the fall of an empire, you should check it out. But we're in stage 6. Most empires fall in stage 5. Stage 6 is when I believe you lose the world reserve currency as an empire, as a superpower. And we've basically done that. Or we're on the way out with BRICS. Once that happens, we're pretty much cooked. The petrodollar goes away, we're cooked. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that America burns in and becomes some chaotic, it becomes Somalia. That's not true at all. You can look at the British Empire. British Empire is a great way to look at it. Like, that was the massive empire that fell in the 1900s, right? Does that mean that Britain became some chaotic, state that had no government? No, they just shrank the empire back down and they became a regular country. So the United States will always, or for a long time, be sort of the regional superpower, but we're pretty much already behind China when it comes to being an actual economic superpower. We've lost that. Military superpower, we're still number 1, but the problem we're seeing is in modern warfare, being the strongest conventional military doesn't necessarily mean that you just automatically win wars. And we're seeing that in Ukraine with the lack of ability for Russia to win that war easily. We're seeing that in places like Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, even Vietnam, and then now in Iran. We're saying that, you can't stand no country, including China, can stand toe-to-toe in a conventional war with America, but that doesn't necessarily matter. And Iran is showing that as well. So it's one of those things, right? that we're just kind of realizing times are changing. Times are changing. So, and we're not changing with them very well in America, right? So, but again, what I would like to see as we fall as an empire is that we do it the right way and we close up shop. We close up our 200 military bases around the world and we focus on this country. And we can do that, right? And we stop being the world's police officers. We come home and we start rebuilding this country and we actually start taking care of our own people. That's what I think would be nice for us to do. So, but will we do that? Probably not. Probably not. We'll probably burn it in the worst possible way if we have people like Trump in charge. But maybe we can get a good leader here pretty soon. That'd be nice. Lack says, did you see that Erica Kirk apparently skipped the TPUSA thing with JD Vance because she was getting death threats? Why would anybody why would you be, I don't know. Who's threatening Erica Kirk with death threats? Why? She's just you can make fun of her because she deserves to be made fun of, but that seems bizarre. That also, I don't really believe that either. I mean, we all get them. I get them. Anybody on the internet gets them. So there's that, but credible. I don't know. It seems like she's probably trying to play a victim. Play the victim for attention would be my guess on that one. Is American Thor's channel still going? I mean, it's up. I just haven't had any content on it in a while. I just don't have the time right now, man. We do so much content on this channel that I haven't had a chance to get back to it. I'd like to get back to it eventually, though. Kamala 2028. Oh, God, dude. I mean, hey, you're free to have whatever opinion you want, but I'll tell you this. If you're a Democrat, you don't want Kamala. Why? Because that is the highest likelihood that you get J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio as a president. Kamala is not going to beat anybody. Even as bad as everything is, Kamala still loses to pretty much anybody. She's one of the most disliked politicians ever. In fact, by her own party hates her. So, yeah, that's not a good choice. Kamala is not a good choice for the Democrats. That would be a horrible choice. You would just be throwing away the election. The great noticing will continue. Jenks? Yes, it will. Appreciate you being here all the time, brother. Thank you very much. Says, I'm new to you and I'm loving your content. These are terrifying times and you bring a sense of calm to me. Thank you. Have you seen the documentary Bad Faith, History, White National and Politics hits right now? I have not seen that documentary, so I can't comment on it, but I appreciate you being here. Welcome. I try to give you guys the news and not do it in a way that's fear-mongering. And that's why I try to add a little bit of humor to it. So welcome. Glad to have you here and appreciate you donating, and hopefully we see you around more. Thank you. And we love the kitties and the doggies around here, huh? Any of the animals. That's another good looking kitty right there. Thoughts on Oracle holding medical data now that Iran war has proven data centers are a military target? Thanks for the show. 100% as always. Let me say this. The government and China and Russia already have all your information. All of it. Every single one of you. Just understand that. Okay, so when you're worried about governments or nation states getting a hold of your data, they have it all. Have it all. Okay, so, don't worry too much about it because they already have it. Like all of it. So, from all of you, including me. Everything about you and your life is available to government nation states. So, don't worry too much about Oracle. Palantir has it all too, by the way. Stats guy says, hey Nate, the recent TPUS event where JD Vance was getting heckled. I did see that. I saw it when I was getting ready for the show, but forgot to put it up. Videos coming out right now. The stadium was like 90% empty. So effing funny. Yeah. So JD Vance, if you guys didn't see this, he went and spoke at a TPUSA event. He got massively heckled. There was people screaming at him for killing children. Because this administration, is bombing elementary schools, and he didn't handle it very well. So sorry I didn't have it. I just saw it right before we came live, but I'm sure we'll talk about it more. But yeah, he was getting destroyed by a TPUSA audience too, which is supposed to be their base, and they're not happy either. So yeah, he's cooked, and that's why I said MAGA's cooked. They're cooked, man. They're no coming back. Mick 11B says, hey, brother, served with first group guys doing VSO ops. Hell yeah, dude. VSO. I didn't get to do VSO personally. It was before my time. But, I got to hear all about it. Afghanistan 2011. Love your show. Proud of what you do, brother. Appreciate you, man. Who are you with? Do you know? You don't remember what ODA we were with? I potentially know some of the guys that you were with because that's not that much before my time. But, yeah, VSO, guys. VSO is Village Stability Operations. And so what we were doing is Green Berets would go out into the middle of villages in the middle of nowhere in Afghanistan, and we would live with the people, and we would help build up local militaries and local sort of militias through tribal warlords. And then we would, train, arm, and equip them and live with them and, go fight the Taliban. So that's why the Green Beret job is extremely unique. And that's with like just 12 dudes is just out there. The middle of nowhere with no support. So living with our partner forces. So the Green Beret job is very, very cool that way. That's cool that you got to do that, man. Also, it could be rough times too, but as you know, but very, very cool mission set. Kitty, what's up? Kitty says, great show tonight. Thanks for keeping me company while I work on my car. New CV axles going in. Hell yeah. Thanks for always being here, Kitty. Real American Nomad says 93% of the votes in the last election went to a Democrat. Cuomo is a Dem, even if he ran as an independent. Yeah, but he got a ton of the Republican vote. 7% to CWAB. That's my 95% stat. No. Tons of Republicans voted for Cuomo in that election. He was basically the anti-Zoran candidate. So you have to keep in mind, tons of Republicans didn't vote for Siwa because they didn't think he could win. And so the idea was, hey, Republicans, independents, and moderate Democrats are all going to vote for Cuomo. That way, we can actually beat Zoran. So you got to keep that in mind. That's why Siwa didn't get much of the vote. It's because they didn't think he could win. And obviously, he wasn't going to win. But thoughts on young men that go fight in Ukraine? If they want to go fight, then I'd say good on you. More impressive than people like Ben Shapiro and Officer Tatum talking a bunch of shit who've never served. Right. I personally don't support Ukraine. I don't support Russia either. I just the way I see it, it's a Slavic civil war and it's none of our business. And I don't want any of my tax dollars going to pay for it. I feel that way about all wars around the world. A lot of people get upset about that. Sorry, it's the way it go. I have a standard and it's that way for all countries. And that's that I don't want my tax dollars to pay for you to kill each other. Sorry. So not my fight, not my war. But if guys want to go fight it, I've got a buddy of mine that is Ukrainian. That was a Green Beret, was in CAG as well, Delta Force, and he went and fought in Ukraine. So yeah, but I mean, that's his family's from Ukraine. Want to go fight? I'm all about it, man. I'm all about dudes that want to go fight for their own country, especially in Ukraine as well. If you're American, you want to go fight for Ukraine? I'm all about it, dude. Rock on. But it's not for me, right? I don't have a dog in that fight at all, either way, one way or another. Don't support either country. I just don't want you using my taxpayer dollars because those need to be spent on Americans, right? $300 billion to a foreign country. Nah, dude, sorry. No thanks. Not happening. I don't support that, but I do support dudes that want to go fight the war on, rock on, dude. You know what I mean? That's putting your money where your mouth is. And I'm all about that. All right, let's keep moving. Let's see, where was I at? Oh, there we go. In Australia, we have a good service tax, 10%. Is that it, though? Do you have like no income tax, no property tax, no nothing? That's what I'm saying. So what my suggestion is, we abolish everything other than like probably a federal and a state sales tax. So maybe like a 10% sales tax federal, 5% sales tax for state, right? That or whatever is going to keep maybe 12, maybe like 6 and 8, whatever actually works to keep taxes lower than they are now. But it would mean abolishing property tax, abolishing income tax, abolishing gas tax, abolishing tobacco tax, abolishing like all of it fucking goes. And then you just have one standard rate tax for what you buy. That's what I think would be the best way to do it. Because again, lower class and middle class would pay way less in taxes, and people that are affluent can, if you want to spend a shit ton of money on Lamborghinis, well, that's fine, but you got to pay a little bit more. So I think that's fair all the way around. But interesting. I just wonder if you guys have 10% of that and then a bunch of other taxes. That I'm not on board for. But anyway, meaning ones that sign up through the Foreign Legion. I'm sure that was in, I forget what comment that might have been for. Sorry, brother. Thank you, though. Nick says, what are the biggest tactical difference in your professional opinion between Iran and Afghanistan? Do you mean between the tactical differences between what? Between the Taliban and the Iraqi army under Saddam? I'm not sure what you mean by tactical difference between the two countries, right? Two completely different countries, first of all, geographically, culturally, militarily, right? The Iraqi army was an army, whereas the Taliban were, tribal warlords in a lot of ways. So it's a completely different, two completely different countries, and the warfare is way different. Keep in mind, Afghanistan is an unconventional warfare, guerrilla warfare. That's why Green Berets fought it for the most part, at least and Rangers as well. Some infantry as well, but comparatively to Iraq, that was a conventional war, right? Like the infantry and the Marines fought that war. Now, Army Special Forces and Navy SEALs helped assist in that war, but we weren't the main effort in that war. That was a conventional war that the infantry fought and won and that we helped with, whereas Afghanistan was more led by special operations. So two completely different conflicts for the most part. But, hard to say tactically. I would need more context to that by what we're talking about. Everyone is waiting for Nate to pick a new religion. Reminds me of Dave Chappelle's race trap sketch. That's funny. That is funny. I'm not picking a new religion. I'm Christian, but you know, that is kind of funny. We're not there yet. We're still figuring it out. I have talked to a Catholic church about it though. Also, my wife was raised Catholic, so you know, and she's already been baptized and everything, so that's probably the route we'll go. But I got to do my research. Scotty Mac again. What's up, brother? Thank you for the big donation again. Tax-wise, we should fix and treat property taxes the same way we tax unrealized gains. You only pay taxes on the increase on the value of your home, and when you sell it, it's crushing seniors and folks on fixed incomes. I do like the idea of this. However, I just want property tax abolished completely. I hate the idea of property tax, and for your point, especially in like some states like Texas, property tax is insane. And so a lot of people who retire can't even afford the property tax on their own home. It's like, you bought that land, you paid for the property. Why the fuck am I paying the government for it? Why do I have to pay the government to own my home? Does that actually make any sense? No, not really. So I agree with you. That's definitely a much better system of doing it that way. And but I would just say no property tax. I think property tax is terrible. And I think that's one that needs to be abolished for sure. But but to your point, better choice. I agree with you, but I want to go even further on that. But thank you for the generosity on that one, brother. Getting goaty. I like goats too, man. God, I want goats, but we can't get goats because we got a lot of like flowers and stuff, and they'll eat all the flowers. My wife said no to goats. Unfortunately, I do want some goats. Man, I'm probably still going to get some goats eventually, but keep calling out the BS. Are you going to start the training classes again when you get settled? Maybe if I have a little bit of time. Right now, like we're way overloaded on time for teaching in-person classes right now, but we might get back to it once we get a little bit more time. Six's mom. What's up, Six's mom? Says, farms are awesome, Nate. Every day, one more thing. Wait until you get all the animals. I just got done talking about that. Aloha from Kauai. Thanks for the swap pictures. You and Brent are great. Yeah. We uploaded a bunch of pictures of me and Brent Tucker, my buddy Brent Tucker. Most of you already know him, of when we were out in Tampa training the Tampa SWAT team. So very cool stuff. That was a fun trip for sure. We also they took me and Brent. So it was actually cool. We went out and trained the Tampa SWAT team. Me and Brent did on CQB. And then afterwards, after all the training, they actually had a real life drug bust, a massive hit on a drug house in like the ghettos of Tampa. And they took us. They're like, yeah, we're going to take you guys. They didn't let us get out of the car because, well, they probably didn't want like a couple Green Berets actively involved. But we did get to watch them like tear down this, or not tear down this house, but raid this house like in real time in a giant drug bust. So that was cool. And those guys were awesome to work with too. Nate, been in the Navy for what's going on to be 8 years. Want to join the Army after and go to selection. Will be E5 and keep my rank. Any advice? This is super normal. I had on my first ODA, I had 3 guys that were 2 of them were prior Marines, 1 of them was prior Navy. So the other 18 Echo was a Navy rescue swimmer, and then my buddy Nick, who unfortunately we lost, was a Marine. Sorry, I get emotional when I even start to think about him. Marine Recon, and then one of my buddies was a 0311 Marine. So that was just 3 guys on my 12-man team that were prior enlisted. Super common. And so what I tell guys, like prior enlisted, you have a huge advantage when you go. You're already, you know how the military works, right? You know what to expect. So especially that you're a little bit older, you're an E5. My advice is make sure, for most prior enlisted guys, make sure you're in shape, right? Because you're going to be competing against guys that are 18 X-rays. And say what you want about the 18 X-rays, but I was an 18 X-ray. We're insanely fit because we come in not beat to shit by the military, do 4 months of basic training and go straight in. So guys are in insane shape. So make sure you're in good shape, right? Because a lot of prior enlisted guys don't come in good enough shape. So that'd be my biggest advice. But you're in good position, man. Most prior enlisted guys do a lot better than 18 X-rays. Payroll and income tax make up 70 to 8% of federal revenue. For sales tax to replace it and make IRS partnerless, you would at least need a flat rate of 30%. Probably another solution. I don't think so, man. There's no way that you know that data and that you have those numbers off the top of your head. Way too convoluted of a system for you to have that figured out. Also, when we're talking about billionaires, the way they get taxed is at a rate of about 4% on their income. And so the problem is the actual tax system is designed to where billionaires and millionaires don't pay nearly the actual rate that I'm suggesting that they pay, which would offset that difference. Okay. So the math is not that 1 to 2 on that at all. At all. It's way, way more convoluted than that. The tax system is one of the most the United States tax system is one of the most complicated things in the world. And it's that way on purpose, so that wealthy people can get around paying taxes, and you and I pay taxes, right? It's designed that way on purpose. All right. Texas says, Rip Nate Gate. Great job, brother, to detailing things others don't have time to research. Well, that's another thing too, guys. It's like, this is my job. And so that's why I like the weekly Tuesday shows. This is my job. So I spend my time preparing the show, doing research, finding all this shit so that I can bring it all to you guys in a couple-hour show through the week, so you get an idea of generally what the hell is going on across a bunch of different topics. You know what I mean? So that's the entire idea of the show, is to try to do that for you guys. This war has been going on for 47 years, and Trump is president 47. The start of war was promised to us 3,000 years ago. Yeah. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Jay Dyer and Ubi Petrus are great Orthodox channels which address and respond to Catholicism. Thanks for your great work, Nate. Interesting. Okay, I'll check that out. Appreciate it. And when I'm doing my research, Stacy says, asking for chat. Do you know where Ian is? He hasn't streamed in a couple of weeks. Thanks. Well, I mean, I could just text him and ask. Stacy, you want me to do that? I could ask Ian what's going on. We haven't heard much from Ian in the group chats lately either. Hopefully he's okay. Maybe I don't know what he's up to right now. I haven't talked to him in a little while. But yeah, I can reach out to him and see if he's doing all right. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's just busy. Ian's wild. Ian's always got like crazy back stuff going, like developing the web app and developing his app that like scans the stuff at the grocery stores for you. Yeah, like he does. Ian's fucking smart, dude. So he's usually off on side quests doing like crazy shit like that. So I imagine he's probably working on something right now, if I had to guess. But Ian's the man for sure. Can't go wrong with either Rangers or SF, though. Getting past the third gate is a blessing. Fort Polk is a no-go. Yeah. Oh, no, thank you to Fort Polk. But yeah, great point, both. And that's why I always suggest guys that want to go special operations, depending on the age, how long they've been in, things like that. It's usually either one of these two routes, either Ranger through an option 40 contract or through SF. So I agree with you on that for sure. NTZ, Desert, JRTC, Hillbilly, Swamp, and Jungle. Yeah, that's true. That's true. 6 Mom said, oops, meant to say congratulations on almost 500,000 subscribers. More will come for the honesty. Maloha, Nate, aloha from Kauai. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know where we were at a year from now or a year ago, but I would say, God, I don't know. We did probably 350, no, probably close to 400,000. Now, I'd say 350,000 subscribers in the last year. So the channel has exploded over the last year. So I appreciate it from everybody. I appreciate everybody being here. We've been grinding and doing our best. But yeah, this last year has been wild growth. All right. Play Call of Duty's Warzone with us. It's free to play. Haven't played Warzone yet. I was looking into it. Again, I just don't have the time right now. But if that's the best thing out when we get to, then we might. I'll let you guys know once we get there and what I decide to do. And obviously, we'll be gaming with the community most of the time. I'm sure there's going to be some people that are super good. That way you can carry me. Unless we're playing Apex. All right. How would you argue against the Iran jihadist essential threat conversation? I have some men in my life that are convinced no other argument exists. Yeah, sure. Ask them to tell you about ask them to explain all of the Iranian terrorist attacks on the United States soil. Ask them to say, hey, tell me about those. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to go, because there aren't any, right? Terrorist proxies, when they talk about terrorist proxies, they're talking about Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. And who is that a threat to? It's a threat to our greatest ally. It's not a threat to us, right? So when they talk about Iran being the world's leader in state-sponsored terrorism, that's not true. That's fundamentally bullshit. The Al-Qaeda and ISIS are responsible for 1,000 times more attacks and death than anything Iran has to do with. But the reason why it's portrayed to you that way is because those are the people that are fighting against the IDF. And because those two organizations are fighting against the IDF, that makes them the world's leading state sponsor in terrorism. It's all fucking propaganda. It's all bullshit, right? Because if they were honest, if you want to talk about who is the actual leading state sponsor of terrorism, well, you'd have to dive into who funded ISIS. Do you know who that is? Do you know who created and funded that organization, who carried out infinitely more death than any other T-word organization? Nothing comes close. We dealt with ISIS in Afghanistan. They're 1,000 times worse than everybody. And it wasn't Iran who was funding them. It wasn't Iran who supported them. Okay? Just saying. So that's the easiest way to just absolutely dunce people like that, is to tell them, okay, tell me about all the Iranian-backed terrorist attacks on the United States. And they won't be able, they'll go, and then you could say, well, how come ISIS and Al-Qaeda aren't a bigger problem? And they'll go, because all they've done is just digest Fox News state-sponsored propaganda, right? But anybody who actually knows these things will tell you, yeah, obviously those organizations were way worse. Which is why everybody like me gets super pissed off when fucking the president of Syria is the former leader of Al-Qaeda. And he's an honored guest at the White House, right? That dude's responsible for way more U.S. deaths than Iran. And he's a fucking honored guest in the White House. So you see how this argument just falls apart at the seams? When we're talking about Iran. Yeah, okay. If we really cared about a bunch of United States military deaths in the Middle East, we wouldn't be allowing al-Jilani to be a fucking honored guest in the White House, right? But that's not what it's about. It's about our greatest ally. Okay, but you guys know that. But anyway, that's the easiest way to just absolutely fucking skull fuck those people immediately. Ask them that question and they'll fumble and they won't be able to answer it. So, all right. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. Oh, look at this dog. That's a cute dog. Thank you. KVK, wondering if you were in third group. No, I was not in third group. And when the last time you went running on Tora Bora or African Lion was, Fort Bragg, ADA, or SF will understand. No, I was not in third group, homie. I was in first group. So I didn't spend any time in Tora Bora or Africa. So no. First grouper for my whole career. Me and the wife tune in to as many lives as we can. I caught her tuning in without me. Became a Viking tonight. Hoorah. Thanks. Well, I appreciate that you, the whole family watches. Thank you very much, man. Blake says, Nate, I'd love to paint your studio with my crew at cost. We already did it, brother. Whatever toner scheme you want, brother. You're a treasure, no homo. Now, we actually, they just got done painting it like 3 days ago. So we're good now. But I do appreciate it. Michael says, Nate, not sure how much you're willing to say, but I'm not buying the official rescue story based on the proximity taxes equipment. Any chance you agreed it's failed raid on Infoshaw site? Everybody knows I'm going to tell you the truth. No, I do not agree with that. I think that story is completely goy slop. That story was designed to make Donald Trump look much better, right? If we were heroically going after the uranium with special operations and a blowout gunfight where 1,500 Iranian military were killed by Delta Force. Or what happened was the United States carried out a massive bombing campaign, committing a bunch of war crimes by bombing civilian infrastructure, and then got their fucking pilots shot down. And then when they went to rescue that pilot, got 3 more aircraft shot down. And then when they tried to pick up the final pilot, they had a botched mission by JSOC because they fucking had a terrible plan and got 6 more aircraft destroyed. And they're very, very fortunate they didn't get a bunch of soldiers killed. And that entire thing was a botched operation. So now, what do we want to believe? Do we want to believe Donald Trump's hero story, or do we want to believe Donald Trump's a war criminal? You make that decision for yourself. But again, I don't believe goy slop. Sorry. Right? I know, I get it. People really want that story to be true, but that exonerates Donald Trump from being a war criminal. And so, no, I'm not going to be a part of that. When you hear it like that, you go, oh, shit. Yeah, okay, I get it, right? But, yeah. All right. Who is your pick for POTUS in 2028? We had this question earlier. I don't know. I don't trust any of them. Even the ones I like, right? Thomas Massey, I really like, but then again, I don't trust him. What could we get? Ron Paul? Can we get a time machine or get Ron? How about this? How about Ron Paul Bernie Sanders ticket? But like make them 10, 15 years younger, right? And then make Sanders Ron Paul ticket. I'll vote for that 10 out of 10 times. But we just don't have that right now, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a great choice. I don't trust any of them as far as I can throw them. After Trump, after what a disaster Trump has been, as was supposed to be the anti-deep state candidate. And after watching Tulsi Gabbard switch from being anti-war to supporting the war on war, it's like, I don't trust any of these people anymore. Joe Kent, good choice. But I mean, even Joe, and I love Joe. I think Joe would be better in the Secretary of Defense role. But I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't trust anybody in politics. None of them, as far as I can throw them. I would support some, right? Like Thomas Massey, I would support, but trust me, you guys will see this. I promise you, because we're going to get to a point on this channel that we're going to get to not only the midterms, but also the presidential elections. And I'm sure we're going to be doing tons of content on it. And I can promise you, even if we pick a candidate and we decide, hey, well, I'll let the channel know I support this candidate, a Thomas Massey, a Tucker Carlson, whatever. I will tell you that I will never be the guy like Tatum or Benny Johnson that just because I voted for somebody, that means we automatically support them and defend anything they do. I will be the biggest fucking critic of Thomas Massey or Tucker Carlson. The second, or whatever, a Graham Plattner or whoever, the second they fucking start doing anything that's outside of what they ran their campaigns on or non-America first, I will trash them just like I do everybody else. Absolutely destroy them, right? Because I don't give a shit about individual politicians, right? So yeah, there's no blind loyalty on this channel. Even if you're a politician I like, there's no blind loyalty, and there will not be. So but I have maybe some high hopes, but I haven't seen anybody put their name in the hat yet that I would vote for, to be honest. Did you quit drinking altogether or just cutting back? Were you ever into cigars? I mean, for now I'm not drinking at all, but because I drank, God, I mean, in the military too, right? Like we all drink for the most part. I drank like every day for 15 years. Not a lot, not to get drunk, not a bottle, but like a couple drinks a night to, relax, take the edge off. So I'm just tired of doing it, man. I'm just getting older, and I'm trying to that I hit 40. I turned 40 in July. I'm trying to actually start to take care of myself, because I've had a career in Army Special Forces is not easy on the body, and so I'm trying to actually take care of myself now. So that's partly why I'm giving it up. That doesn't mean I won't have a drink, maybe for at dinner or at a party or something, like a birthday party or something. But for now, I'm not drinking at all. Cigars? No, I never liked cigars. I smoked cigarettes and dipped for almost 20 years. But never liked cigars. Still don't like cigars for whatever reason. I don't know. Just never was into them. Real American Nomad says for $20, you could have read the whole thing. I agreed with you on the end of average 60 to 80% vote for Dems every election. Just pointing out it's not a representation on how the whole country votes. No, but it shows patterns. And you know how I know this? Because Democrats have won 30 to 0 in special elections against Republicans. So I can look at across the country and see the pattern that is happening. And that includes people like Zoran, a socialist Muslim, winning in New York City. These things show trends and patterns. And yes, that's important in politics. And we will see that in the midterms. I can promise you that. Erica Kirk, death threats. She's an NPC, just saying. Yeah, Joe. I agree with you on that. Gonna have to drive my gasser this week, not the diesel after all these super chats. Great show, man. I appreciate you. Thanks, man. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck filling up anything with diesel. Thank God. I mean, even my Tundra, dude. My Tundra, filling up my Tundra. How much was it the other day? I filled it up. It was like $140 to turn it to fill up the tank. Fuck, dude. Brutal. Luckily, I don't have to drive that far anymore. I used to, like, when I was active duty at JBLM, I lived 35 minutes away from base. So I was filling up the tank like every week. If I was doing that right now, oh, boof. Who do we got here? Wait, Keith Edwards is in here. Where's Keith? Keith, we were just talking about you, dude. What? Where's Keith? Oh, shit, Keith, we were just talking. I was literally just telling my audience that you are my favorite Democrat content creator. I watch your stuff all the time, every day, actually. I'm an independent, by the way, Keith. I'm a sort of a conservative libertarian independent, but I'm a big fan of your show, man. I watch your show all the time, every day, actually. You might be surprised to hear that coming from a conservative libertarian Green Beret, but yeah, you're one of my favorite content creators, man. Awesome, man. Glad to see you in here. Love to see it, man. You probably, if you watch any of my content now going forward, you'll probably be like, all right, I'm pretty closely aligned with this guy in a lot of ways. So good to see you, man. Glad to have you here. Appreciate you. Big fan. All right, let's keep moving through. All right. Not sure if it changed, I remember correctly, but 1332. Oh shit. Okay. That's company next to mine. And 1336 moved team as we closed on VSO. Got my CIB with them. No showers, Ruzgon, and Cod Valley. However, that's spelled Code Valley. Yeah, and VSO, no showers for like 6 months. Baby wipe showers, man. Hooker showers, I guess we call them. Thank you, brother. That's wild. And it's actually, yeah, I was on 1325 actually. So that's the company next to me. Early in my career. Will says a little something to help with the VFT man cave remodeling Semper Fi from Okinawa. Hell yeah. What unit are you with, man? We did a lot of work with the Marines. And I worked with the 31st MU and a few other units while I was out there. Really appreciate your content. Thank you. Appreciate it. Ask GPT and budget. Nate, what do you think about data centers? Oh, fuck, dude. I think that, for one, they don't need to be funded by U.S. taxpaying dollars. They need to stay the fuck away from civilian areas and stop destroying all the water. And I think we should actually tax these data center companies, Oracle, Amazon, etc. We should probably tax them even more than we are for being data centers, and they need to pay for this shit themselves. We should not be subsidizing data centers that are eating up our water and electricity. So, I mean, it's the way of the future, I guess. But yeah, the government doesn't need to be, the people, taxpayers don't need to be paying for that shit. And currently we are. Thanks for telling the truth and being real for America. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. You take the words right out of my mouth, man. I'm currently in the process of leaving the Protestants, although I'm having trouble due to Zionist parents. Well, you got to do what you got to do for yourself, homie. Did you ever work with 19th Group? I'm transferring the Guard, trying my luck with them. No, never worked with the National Guard units, man. No, just First Group. War Pigs, Lindsey Ham, and Pig's Breath. Sounds clever, right? Love you, Nate. Lady G and Pete Kegseth. Yeah, Kegs Breath. Appreciate it. When you are looking at politicians, there are two people there, but you only see one. That's a great point. Yeah, we learned that. We learned that with Trump, huh? Although I think, I mean, like I said, I'd never liked Trump. And again, never voted for Trump in any of the 3 elections. So I knew what a piece of shit he was, but, it is what it is. Got one more year to finish my JD. Currently working at a firm with doing legal research and preparing motions. Free legal research if you ever need it here. Okay. I might take you up on that eventually. Hopefully I won't need it though. All right, a couple more. We're almost done here. Nate, speaking on taxes, check out what and how much we pay for pensions and health care for our politicians. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. We make sure we take care of them. Sith says, hear about the new Lone Star tick making people allergic to meat and the huge rise in tick population while Pfizer drops a new Lyme disease vaccine. Actually, my trainer in Muay Thai has Lyme disease, and he actually got it recently. So, ugh. Erica Kirk has the same devil eyes as Ken Copeland. Yeah, that's the guy that screams. What is that? We wrestle with principalities, right? That guy. Not flesh and blood, but principalities. All right, Matt, $10. Thank you. All right, we made it through the show. Woo! 4-hour show. Thank you for everybody who made it to the very end. That was a lot. 2 hours of super chats. Whew, we did it though. Appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate all the moderators. Appreciate Keith Edwards showing up to the channel. Very into the channel, but that's all right. I need to reach out to, I don't know if he's still in here. I need to reach out and connect with him. But that's going to do it, guys. We will be back on Friday again. Professor Zhang will be on the show. That's going to be a fun one. Should be a great conversation. Again, I don't think anybody has interviewed Professor Zhang that has my background sort of in sort of the Asian military world, especially via China. So I think we're going to have a very interesting conversation with that. So I'll be able to like really dig up, you know, how he feels on things, because I kind of have a better understanding of that region of the world than most people that he's done contact with. Yeah, Professor Zhang will be on the show Friday. That one will be at 6 p.m., guys, 6 p.m., a little bit later because that's when he can make it. So 6 p.m. on Friday, we'll have Professor Zhang on the show. Excited for that one. Yeah, we'll have a couple different episodes probably in between then. But until then, guys, that's going to do it for this one. Thank you all so much for everybody being here. Great show. Big show tonight. And yeah, that'll do it. Okay. I will catch you all on Friday at 6 p.m. All right, guys. Take care.